my camera is off. Hello, everyone. Welcome to the professional and very much, um, uh, here we go. Hi. Hello, everyone. I just made an attack, so my invisibility spell wore off, so you're welcome. Yeah, hello, welcome back to the Erasmus Expeditions. We are here this evening with Session 2 of The Last Train to Eidolon. This is an Aether Nexus trilogy that we will be running here on the channel back to back to back each week. So I am very excited because we just cracked the egg on this last week, and I don't often get the chance to revisit a game in such quick succession. So, yeah, I'm super duper excited for this one. Before we get started, there's just a couple pieces of business that I do want to go over. And the first is that if foul language and mature subject matter and technical difficulties are things that you are allergic to, then you should not spend any time here at all. Turn back now. This is your last warning. I do want to also say that this is a sponsored game. This was very generously sponsored by Absolute Tabletop, the creators of Aether Nexus. Thank you very much to Matt, Tim, and Barker for giving me the opportunity to run this here on the channel and to bring a little bit of exposure to Aether Nexus. It's a fantastic game. If you are interested in checking the game out and getting a copy for yourself, you should be able to find the links to do so in the description of this video. I highly, highly recommend that you go check that out whenever you get a chance. What else? What else? Oh, there will be a giveaway link that is dropped probably right before the break for an entry to get a free copy, a free digital download code for Aether Nexus from DriveThruRPG. So if you want to try your luck at that, watch for that and follow it and fill it out. It'll be a Google form. One of the pieces of information that you will be asked is what a game master of Aether Nexus is called. Your answer is here on the screen. See it? There, a seer. So memorize it. Write it down if you have to. What else? What else? Oh, I'm going to give my players the chance to introduce themselves, tell you what they may have going on, where you may be able to find them on the internet, and then I think we're going to get started. Yes, Tamiko, the link is the same. So if you happen to have saved that from last week, for whatever strange reason, it is active again and accepting forms, so you can go fill it out now if you don't want to wait. So yes, introductions. I'm going to pass things off now to Austin.
Well, like he said, I'm Austin. I will be playing Galen, also known as Knifehawk. Nighthawk. I'm not a painting. Um, and I don't have a lot to plug or say other than keep watching stuff on Jeremy's channel. He runs great games. I'll be in one at the end of the month. And I'm just super fucking excited to get back into this. This game, the first game was such a blast, and I am so excited that I only had to wait a week instead of 1 or 2 months to play in another game with all of these lovely people. So that is about it. That's all I got to say.
Oh yeah, man. And I disagree. You are a painting, Austin. No, man, always happy to have you on the channel, dude. It's always a pleasure. Very stoked to get to the second part of this and see what's going to develop next. Speaking of what's developing next, I don't know what about these segues, but here we are. Karen, you're up next.
Oh dear. Hello everyone, I'm Karen, also known as Myth and Gears. So excited to be back playing this game. Cannot wait to jump into the next one. I'm going to keep it short and sweet. Let's play. I'm going to pass it back to you.
Fantastic. All right. Always exciting as well to have you on the channel, Karen. Yeah, speaking of short and sweet, next up is Mike.
I don't think I've ever been described as either one of those things, but I'll take it.
You're welcome.
So I am playing Rock. I am a bullfrog in a bastion named Hardplace, who is the squire to Slag. Really enjoying it so far. Looking forward to what we have in store for us this evening. My son is having a little bit of trouble falling asleep, so if I turn off my camera, I'm just dealing with that. But I will jump in as soon as I can.
Yeah, not a worry at all.
It's all
man.
part of it.
Real life comes first.
Absolutely.
Always. All right. Speaking of coming first, Jason.
I mean, I don't like to brag, but anyway, yes, my name is Jason Osorio, and I will be reprising my role as the Chimru Knight, Katari, who is piloting the Imp Ratus Skitter. I don't have anything else to plug. Like Karen said, I'm going to keep it short and sweet. Super excited to see what happens during this next session. First session was great. Highly recommend watching it. And yeah, let's roll some dice and, I don't know, maybe kill some Oghdra or something.
We'll have to see. And I did warn all of you. I'm a child, so there you go. All right. Speaking of a child, last, certainly not least, Jihad.
I mean, I feel like that is an accurate description of me. It's just,
You're my boy,
hi guys. Yeah, you're my boy, Blue. I love you. Hi guys, my name is Chad. If you've been on this channel for any length of time, I'm typically on here. So welcome to Erasmus Expeditions. So I am on quite a few channels, but as of right now, the two that I'm on the most here, and MTD over on Thursday nights, which you will see Jeremy and myself over on at Thursday for our Kids on Bikes campaign. Outside of that, I am playing in quite a few games, but some of them are not streamed right now. But I am loving life right now with the amount of games and the amount of joy that I get to spend with lovely friends like you guys. I am playing Slag Moatmeyer, who is a buforog, and I am also rocking a Bastion Ratus. I am very excited for what we have going forward for this game. Let's rock and roll, my friend.
Abso-fucking-lutely. All right. I think that covers all of the points of business that I am aware of. So, unless there's any further ado, then I think we can get started. Let's do it. Memories are both a blessing and a curse. They serve to remind us of how far we have come. But also, they haunt us with the lingering recollection of those we have lost and the mistakes we have made along the way. Ghosts are, after all, born from yearning, a longing brought about because the living cannot contend with the fathomless void created by absence. We create phantoms in the deepening shadows, find the song of loved ones in distant echoes, and search for meaning when a candle flickers. Memory is how we live beyond this mortal life. For when we are gone, stories are what remain. We rejoin the Nexus, the Shield Hounds, high in a spired tower in the broken ruins of Eidolon, where you have already felt the effects of what happened here long, long ago during the Hive Wars. You've already seen the irreparable damage done by the Oghdra here. And now that you have made it this far, you have had the chance to stop for a bit, take a respite or respite, depending on who you talk to. And we see, as you are taking this downtime for yourselves, the light of the core sun fades until it becomes nothing more than a pockmarked black sphere. Brief bolts of red light shooting across its surface give the only indication that it is still active. Night settles over Eskhara, and you can see what looks like small fires as the broken shards of Eidolon spread around you like stars. If you didn't know better, you might imagine these as the thousands of campfires of a gathered army. But you all know, these are merely deposits of ember shale, common here in the outer drifts, which give away their light and their heat while the core sun sleeps. So, as we rejoin your group and you are finishing this respite, what do we see? What is the conversation amongst your group like?
I think Kitari, having finished adding this flux storm to skitter her Ratus, almost an imitation of what Galen has put on Knifehawk, she has produced from somewhere in her serape this long basalt cigarette holder, and there's a cigarette in it that is lit and burning, and with every puff of smoke, that kind of pale gray, pointy-eared and short-snouted hound with the red eyes seems to almost like apparate in the smoke before fading as Fume, her ember hound, is with her in this moment. She is leaning against the rusted bulk of Skitter. Peaceably enough, I don't think she's necessarily engaging in conversation unless she's spoken to. She has this wide-brimmed, black-dyed leather hat with a red ribbon tied around the crown, sort of on her head, maybe pressing her antenna down just a little bit. And I think she's just watching. I don't think she's been a part of this Nexus for too terribly long, but long enough to work a couple of contracts with the Shield Hounds. She knows Galen from previous experience, so I do think her gaze is most often on him. But I think she's just observing these people, trying to get a read on them a little better, especially in light of one of the reasons why we are here, which is to potentially find a former Nexus member, in addition to the pieces of Pride Cloak.
I think Galen has a big mug of his tea, and he's got a little notebook out, and he was kind of over by the arm that we've recovered so far, just kind of making little sketches and notes of design elements, the way that the armor overlaps rather than joining at the seams, and trying to like take note, because this is a legendary Ratus, and he's in a little bit of awe seeing it, even as someone who maybe doesn't have that much connection to this particular battle or this piece. But he's heard the stories and it's in front of him, and so he's kind of like sketching that. He's got like a sketch on the pad of his long, sleek, kind of humanoid Ratus body with the wings, and he's kind of like drawing little arrows to places where he thinks some of these modifications and upgrades would come in handy. And I think you look over, like seeing Kitari kind of occasionally like looking his way, and just kind of like wave her over, start preparing another mug of tea, and just kind of offer it to her and sort of sit quietly, but in companionship, as kind of a gesture of like, no, you're part of this, like you are here.
Yeah, I think Kitari almost like unfolding herself to her full height of 7 feet. Just this sort of gaunt, chitinous figure will stand and move over to join you, Galen. I do think she'll kind of lower her voice a little. And I don't know if we would have a fire of some kind, but just over the sound of like sketching or other conversations going on, and just say, we should talk at some point about this task. Perhaps when the others are asleep, if we are doing, I assume we are doing watches, if we do not intend to move in the night.
Yeah, he nods. Fair enough.
Yeah, and she'll take the tea. Go ahead.
My vault door is always open.
Hmm. Yes, you're good like that, I
Or I
suppose.
am too big to close it.
Or it is too small for me.
Yeah, she's like Katari probably has like a like 8 inches on Gallon, but he is just like he's probably like 3 times the width of her.
Oh yeah, he's much heavier and bulkier than her for sure.
Yeah, and it looks like almost like farm muscle. You know what I mean? Where it's like he is not at all shredded or cut, but he's just barrel chested and like probably weighs like 320 pounds.
Jesus. Yeah, he's a big boy.
It's just all muscle and horn.
So I imagine Rock is still forging away, trying to finish up potentially why the respite is lasting longer than had expected. But once he finishes applying the mantle quality to his shield, he is then going to pick up and equip the Pride Cloak shield as well. So he's going to dual shield from now on. We're going forward, but and then he'll head over to Slag. And sorry that took a while, but I'm ready to start discussing where to go next.
I think that is when we kind of take a step back, and this is before Rock makes his way over. This is begin the nightfall, and Slag is working on his Ratus. But in the midst of that, the camera goes, instead of what is current, to a memory. We see a memory again. And in this, we get this moment of him being in Bellows Blue, which is his home. And you see that it is an underground grotto of buforog, this beautiful like valley underneath the ground filled with all of these bioluminescent like mushrooms, and this beautiful algae filled water that is absolutely cerulean underneath, despite the chaos of the Hive War above. Somehow his home has been kind of undisturbed in this moment. You see that he is a younger version of himself. He walks out, and he is working on a Ratus as well, currently in the vision. And in a moment, you hear him say, Karen, fetch Grav for me. Have him get me the, what the hell is it? The thing. Have him get me the large wrench, the big one, the one for the arms. Have him get me that and bring it in. And you watch as a squatter, more slender buforog female, frog type, comes sauntering out of their hut. And this woman looks to him, and you don't need Grav to do this. Yeah, I do, honey. I need him to learn. If my boy's going to learn how to be a knight, he has to learn how the Ratus works. Now, please go get him. You see eventually a small boy a small buforog frog boy comes walking out. He is carrying a wrench that is 2 sizes bigger than him, dragging it across the mud floor. And you see him heft it up onto his dad's workbench. There you go, Pop. Just for you. And he is just this little gray toad. And I think in the moment, as he is saying this, there's this moment of bliss as we watch this family kind of the father and son working over the Ratus. And an hour or so goes by, and we flash forward to a moment where chaos hits. The peacefulness and the serenity of this bog gets hit by the Oghdra in the moment, and he has to try to save his family. And as you come up to him, Rock, you hear him from underneath his Ratus scrambling out from underneath it, screaming, Grav at the top of his lungs, as he begins to try to barrel himself into the Ratus. And then he looks over at you and then just scrambles forward to wrap you in a hug. My boy, Grav, it's okay. I got you. We'll be all right. Just hang on. And you see him begin to scramble toward the entry of his Ratus, and his eyes are you could see that one of them is definitely calloused over milky white. And you could see the age on this man. You could see the age on this frog. But unless you do something, he is going to continue to try to get into his Ratus currently.
Yeah. So Rock is not going to let go of that embrace. And he's actually going to start tucking a little bit to pull you into his shell. And just, sir, it's okay. You're fine. This happens from time to time. He's gone. I'm sorry. That was many moons ago. But we will do everything we can to make them pay for it. I promise.
He looks to you, and you hear, you feel in the nexus. You feel in that tethered nexus that we all share. You feel that sense of confusion, of disorientation, this sense of sadness and grief that just overwhelms all of you within the radius of the nexus for just a brief moment. And then that confusion then switches in its emotion to shame.
I don't know exactly how it works, but I'm going to try to absorb that feeling to lessen his burden.
Mm-hmm.
And look at everyone else and recommend that we try to focus his grief and get moving as soon as we can.
Yeah, I think in that moment he snaps out of it and he looks at you. Thank you, Rock. I mean it. I don't know what to do without you, buddy. And
I will always be your rock.
Thank you. He kind of walks off away in the camp, embarrassed for a minute, and then just looks out at the horizon line and then up at the stars until someone else addresses him. He doesn't really want to see anybody because he feels like he again is shaming himself with these memories.
After an appropriate amount of time, Rock's going to slowly walk up and just place a plate of food near him and then walk away.
And she let herself be last again, didn't she? She did. Yeah.
I went first. You guys just didn't hear me.
Uh-huh.
She was muted the whole time.
She enjoys listening to the story.
I do.
She's like, I want to just be in it, and then I'll jump in when I want.
So Zyvar has been meditating this whole time. I think while meditating, also observing Katari observe the others, and then seeing how she goes off to talk to Galen, and we see how the interaction between Rock and Slag, and Zyvar is just taking it all in, watching and observing these four that are one with them. And when Slag goes off, they wait a bit longer. Rock delivers the plate, and then they'll approach Slag. What do you think we're going to need to do tomorrow? Got any strategies for going forward?
I mean, yeah, I got plenty of them. Question of whether or not they'll work. But what we saw back there, that was just a small hive. Whatever's next, it's going to be bigger.
You can count on it.
Uh,
We need to be focused. We need to bring the new one in, make sure she understands
I understand.
our tactics.
Right. So I need to.
You need to embrace this new member of our team.
Officially introduce myself. Yeah.
Yes.
All right.
It's time.
I love you, Karen. Thank you for that. Yeah, and I think as they say that in unison, as if the Nexus just set that up, he kind of gives you this wide-rimmed frog grin, like edge to edge, the little dimples of warty cheek just kind of almost bringing out a little bit of youth back in him. I don't know how long Zyvar has been with Slag, but I believe that he would rise from this ledge that he's sitting on. He will see the plate that Rock bestowed upon him, and he will grab it. And as he's walking, I imagine that he's literally just taking his tongue and slapping it down onto the plate and then sucking up whatever food is in it. And then after a moment, he will sidle up to Katari.
Elda, how are you?
You want honesty or a lie?
Oh, I much rather prefer honesty.
I thought so. Well, I've been better. But I got good people in this Nexus. I've had good people in this Nexus for a long time.
Mm-hmm.
So, it is my duty to introduce myself and hopefully make you feel more at home.
I think Katari looks to Galen for a moment and then kind of I imagine her chitinous face is not especially expressive, but she just tilts her head to the side and then looks back to you, Slag. I appreciate that. I don't think it's necessary, though. I know why I am here with all of you. But I appreciate the gesture.
Kind of looks back at Zyvar as if you told me to go.
You told me
to do it, and they were like, "Nah, never mind. I don't really need it." So his confusion is Hello?
I think all you see on this, like, it's almost a metallic carapace that Zyvar is wearing. But it's almost like this little light lights up as if it was a raised eyebrow, as in like, carry on.
So, he realizes he now has to do small talk, which he's like not used to at all. So, Qatari.
if you are not comfortable doing this, you
No,
do
no,
not have
no,
to do
no,
this.
no. Listen, it is part of my duty as a knight to introduce you to the Nexus and have you be a part of it, and yada 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 yada.
Understood. Please do your duty.
But I have a couple questions because I don't know a lot about you.
All right.
In terms of things that you have seen out here in Eskhara,
Mm-hmm.
Oghdra, what level of monstrous being have you seen or have you dealt with before prior to us?
I think Katari takes this long drag on the cigarette that she's holding and blows out this cloud of smoke away from Slag and the others. And again, the face of Fume briefly kind of congeals. And the Emberhound looks a little concerned, but Katari just says, and again, the yellow eyes flick to Galen for a moment before looking back to you, Slag. I have never actually killed an Oghdra before. I have wounded them. I have wounded them so that others that I was working with could kill them. But earlier today, on this very tower, that is the first time I've ever killed an Oghdra. I have fought giant beasts, brigand ratuses, but not many Oghdra.
Well, and you, without my knowledge of it, right? So I won't go into detail because I don't have enough knowledge, but I imagine Slag would then kind of proceed to give you an escalating hierarchy on the type of Oghdra that you would potentially see out there, and then like as opposed to the ones we fought before. Here are some tactics on if we get swarmed again. What might be useful. Some of the bigger creatures, like, have you fought this thing? If you haven't seen one of these, make sure you do. You know, like he's just going through the motions, and it's spreading like knowledge through a beehive, right? Like how when one bee sends out a signal, the rest, his knowledge monologue is sort of just weaving through the Nexus mind.
I think while that's
okay.
happening,
Go ahead, Jeremy.
We actually see that there is a swarm of Ratus mites that have actually come out of one of the train cars, and like as Slag is kind of going through these different descriptions, they actually position themselves around the arm of Pride Cloak, surrounding it, and as a nexus of their own, they then activate a web rift, and you watch as they kind of swallow the arm itself, and you know that this is their method of storing it within their collective etheric memory before they then return to the car. Please continue.
That's very useful. I did not know they could do that. I think you would notice Slag, even, maybe trying to share this knowledge as you are. Qatari is definitely listening, but I think you get this sense that a lot of what you're saying, it seems like a lot of the, maybe even some of the more detailed aspects of these different types of Oghdra, she seems to know already, which is odd. Since she claims she's never really fought them before, apart from the scuttlers that we faced on this tower. But she lets you have this lecture. She lets you share this knowledge. And when you're done, she actually inclines her head and says, "Thank you, Elder. That was very informative. I will make sure to keep these tactics in mind as we move deeper into the city."
he bows his head, thanks you kindly, and then like gives this broad rimmed smile, like, I'm proud of myself. I actually got through that.
You
That's
did
nice.
your duty. You should be very proud.
Yeah, and I think that in that moment, if he would then go over, I think then he would probably go over to Galen next, and then just check on Galen, because I feel like he hasn't really talked to Galen for a bit. Maybe they've been kind of, outside of technical things, he hasn't really been one-on-one with Galen for a minute. So he would approach. Well, how we doing, big fella?
Not bad, not bad. Could be worse. This city is worse than I thought it would be, but
Well, yeah. I mean,
we got through it.
feel like every time I come up topside, it's usually getting worse and worse. So
I haven't been out this far in a while, and some places are getting worse, but other places are getting better. We're doing what we can where we can. So that's all we can do.
as you say that phrase, like, some places are getting better, but some places are getting worse, you see him kind of like take that sentence in for just a bit longer than most people would listen to. And then he, yeah, but are you nervous? Are you, how do you feel then? I know you haven't been out this far, but if you got any
Honesty, or do you want me
fears,
to lie?
you know I love honesty more than anything, and if you lie to me, I'll know about it.
I know you will. Truth be told, I'm not nervous about the Oghdra. I think, despite Skitter's reticence to cause lethal harm, she's damn good in a fight, and I think she's willing if it comes to it. And she's a good fighter and fits in well with the rest of the Nexus, I think. But I am nervous. I'm worried that either we're not going to find, oh god, I'm blanking on the name. Jeremy, what's the name of our previous member?
Hypella.
Ipella? Either we're not going to find Ipella while we're here, or we are. And I know it's unlikely that she's still alive. It's been so long since she was untethered, but part of me still holds out a bit of hope, if I'm being honest. It was nice to have another of my kind around to,
He looks to you, and then looks over at Rock. Right? I understand that. Where do you know? You and Hypella were a strong duo in this Nexus. Strong, not just physically, but mentally too. I can rely on you always. So I am worried about what's happening with her. I don't want anything to happen to her. But then people are saying all these things about the T word, or I don't want to think that. I don't want to think she would have betrayed our trust, man.
It's about that. I'm worried that if we find her, it will just be what's left.
Oh.
I
Yeah.
think it's at this moment, like Zyvar actually has stepped up behind Slag. Slag, I think you have misunderstood me yet again. When I said traitor, it was just a word that I knew you would hear. The fact is, the Oghdra, I know you wish it was not so, they do not take prisoners. If we find her alive, it is because she is them.
No, hold on. There was that man as we entered the city. We know there's some population here. It's possible she could have found some population center she could be holding out. Maybe her Ratus was irreparably damaged or lost.
And she would not have found way to get word.
This city.
Come on, Galen.
This city doesn't seem like an easy place to get word out of. I'm not trying to be foolish. I'm not trying to be naive. I'm just trying to accept that there is a possibility.
This hope that you and Slag and Rock have is a dangerous, dangerous emotion. It will cause indecision. It will cause delay, distraction, and that distraction may be what kills us all.
I think as Zyvar talks, you see like the big mug of tea that Galen has, and just a hand slowly reaches up and pours from a little flask as like another liquid pours out of it, and these little purple wisps of like almost smoke seem to pour out at the same time, just unbreaking eye contact the whole time. Just like you can tell there's just a little bit of like, okay, if I'm gonna listen to Zyvar, I'm gonna need a little something extra in this tea.
Perhaps, and not to intrude on your conversation, perhaps it would be best if we established watches unless we are planning to move in the night and try to get some rest before we determine where we are going to search for the remaining 4 pieces of Pride Cloak. You make some good points, though, Zyvar, unfortunately.
All right.
I will
think
take
that's
first
where we're
watch if no
going
one else
to-
wants to.
Yeah, we're gonna do a wipe there. The night passes uneventfully. You are able to take your watches. The Oghdra do not seem intent to bother you where you will currently are. And the next thing that we see is the Nexus making their way through deeper into the Gardens of Eidolon. And we are beginning to see the signs of an increased Oghdra presence here. We see moltings and egg casings, abandoned nests, things of this nature, as we are making our way through the features of this broken, abandoned metropolis. But we also see the first evidence of the testing facilities, which is something that you could see parts of from your vantage point in the tower. Now, having made your way there, you can see that there were a number of containment measures that were in place before the events of the Hive Wars must have taken place. All of you also feel a noticeable increase in the presence of ether here. There are powerful ribbons that kind of ebb and flow here, almost as if caught up in some form of etheric vortex. I would like for each one of you, aside from Galen for the moment, to please roll a d12. If you get the same number as someone else, please reroll.
Got a 7.
7. Okay,
A
remember your
6.
number, please. 6.
I rolled an 8.
8. 4. 4. Chad, okay. 7. Kitari, you were first. At some point while you are making your way through the city, you actually see a being that is composed of light and vapor that manifests before you and begins to, like, just in a very mundane way, go about like a very basic task. They seem to be like taking out the trash down to like the curb of a street, and then stops for a moment and kind of stretches and puts their hand kind of on their lower back as if, you know, maybe in a little bit of pain, and then kind of reaches up and, you know, wipes their brow, and then you hear some noise kind of echoing, as if maybe some voice is lost somewhere in the etheric memory, kind of call to this individual, who then smiles and turns and goes to follow before disappearing into a wisp of fragrant smoke. Karen, I think you were the second one to call out your number. You said an 8. This is perfect. You get the distinct sensation that you are being watched. And it doesn't matter how far you separate yourself from the rest of the Nexus. If you go scouting a little wide or something, it doesn't matter how alone you know you are. It does not feel like you are completely alone. You can't shake that feeling. Mike, you got a 6. You hear the distant echoes of forgotten songs that drift to you on the wind. Each note of them is a splinter of longing and loss that reverberates through your being. The catharsis is potent and irresistible. You feel emotionally moved by this music. It is at once sad and joyful. Maybe it reminds you of something somewhere else in your past. And then Ad got a 4, right? Yes. Slag, you see many spectral figures that appear, kind of fading in and out of your perception as you look around. But their features are hard to discern. It's almost like something, maybe even time itself, has actually eroded anything that is like distinct about them. But their whispers that they make are present. Like, you can definitely hear their voices whispering to you, but they're impossible to make out. Galen. At some point, I would like for you to describe to me where it is that you are whenever you realize that you have become separated from the Nexus.
I think Galen tends to stay aloft and try to scout and stay just ahead. But I think in this maze of crumbling buildings, some of them incredibly high. I think occasionally he would sort of stop on top of a building, try to get a vantage point and scout out up ahead. And as he's doing that, he starts scanning back around, just like on basically on top of like a what almost a skyscraping tire spire. And I think then he looks back down into the street below and realizes that that's not the street that he was flying over when he separated out ahead, that somehow some blocks have turned away from each other. And he just can't see anyone else in the party in the Nexus.
Yeah, and when you attempt to kind of reach out, like none of the shield hounds respond. You start to feel like maybe you might have become severed somehow from the Nexus. But that's when you feel a familiar thread of a connection. And at first there's relief. You're like, oh, thankfully, it's somebody. It's one of the people from the Nexus. But then you realize, no, it's not. At least, not from the current Nexus. It's Hypella. The rest of you notice Galen has become absent. You cannot find him. And it's in that moment, you had these distractions going on kind of all around you, but it's in that moment that you realize you can no longer feel his connection through the Nexus.
I think almost immediately, and it's probably a little surprising given how generally stoic she is, this wave of panic just crashes out from Kitari through the Nexus connection, because I imagine, as usual, she was shadowing Galen, and when she realizes she cannot see him, she just you see Skitter's sort of weird centipede head kind of like swiveling, and as she's trying to figure out where he is, and then you just hear, "Where is friend Galen? Where did he go? Do any of you see him?"
Get a grip, Kitari.
I
Your
will
panic.
not get a grip. Where is he? And I think immediately Skitter, just ignoring you completely, just launches off the current building and starts bounding off in a direction, completely forgetting about the others, trying to figure out where he is in this moment.
Your panic infuses us all.
Well, maybe
Calm
that's
your
a
mind.
good thing. Stop being so calm and start looking for him. Galen? And she just continues to kind of cast her mind out, ignoring these etheric specters, trying to see any sign of Knifehawk's passage at all.
We cannot hear him with your caterwailing. Calm yourself.
Yeah, she's continuing to... I imagine she's getting further and further away. She's not in the mood for lectures. She's trying to figure out where Galen has gone.
Right.
Rock's going to pipe up, "We must keep formation," and he's going to start jogging and kind of shoulder nudge Slag. And then that song that's running through his head, as he's running, he's going to start humming. And that hum is the lullaby that Slag used to sing to Graf whenever he was a kid.
That's so sweet.
Unbeknownst to Rock.
Yeah, absolutely. I imagine maybe just maybe Slag also sang that to Rock.
Yeah, I imagine that as this happens, Zyvar is being ever the calm mind in the storm, right? And Kitari has taken off like a shot. Galen absolutely not only not answering, because it's normal for him maybe to go off and not answer. It's not normal to not even feel you in the room, right? Like it's different if it's like, I know you're here. I can at least know you're in the house. You're not in the house now. So for him, there's this moment where you're trying to Zyvar's trying to calm everything down. Katari is running off, and then Rock is trying to kind of get Slag up and running too. He goes, well, he got to like starts doing a back pedal and like a shrug, like, you heard him, Zyvar. We gotta go. And he starts like just turning heel and heading into his Ratus. But as I want to say this, as we form up like the mighty duck that we are in Rock and myself going like full V-wing formation here, you watch as the Bash brothers pretty much, I think as you start singing, it's that like it's the knack kind of throat singing that the buforog do. So there's this moment where it cascades across the platform or the plateau that we're on, and you just hear this warm, bellowing, sad, like mournful, almost Viking level rumble just cascade out across this plateau as the two of us like roll up in our Ratuses like we're freaking Transformers and just go.
All right. I would like for the four of you to please test with hindrance. This would probably be Aether? Like a search type function. Flux, Hearth.
Or what are we
Yeah.
rolling?
Ether.
Test Ether.
Ether with hindrance, right?
With hindrance, yes, please.
Ether with hindrance. Okay.
That's a 12 under 13 for me. I rolled 2 12s.
Okay.
Well, where?
So I rolled
Ooh.
both a triumph and a despair on that. So
You rolled. Wow. Okay. So we're gonna go with the triumph, right?
Double sound
no,
effects.
you said hindrance.
Oh, with
Yeah, so
hindrance.
the despair.
Oh, so
Jeremy forgot how mean he was.
despair.
And I think this is appropriate because Katari is flooding us with panic, which, even though Slag was noticing that, like Zyvar is trying to keep everybody calm, there's probably an edge that he's never heard from them before. And the fact that Zyvar themselves was trying to keep the panic down because there's someone else here and they're watching us.
I also rolled a 20.
Oh no.
Another
Yeah,
one.
I rolled a 3 and a 20.
Two despairs. My goodness. Okay. So. Oh no. Okay. All right. So there was only one success in the entire bunch, and it was Katari, and it was barely like one under. Okay. Interesting. Katari. Maybe it makes sense. You kind of jet off on your own, and you're, frantically kind of like looking around. You actually end up finding an etheric rift inside the thruster of a skyship that must have crashed into the side of a building. So there's this, askew ship part that is jutting out of the side of this building, and as a part of the engine of the back, you just happen to catch it at the right angle, and you see inside of this, engine's cone or what have you, that there is ether. Again, that kind of purple blue nebulous swirl of energy with like dots of sparkling stars inside of it. That's not normal. You know, skyships run on ether, and you might see that on an active skyship, but something that's been here this long since the Hive Wars, that doesn't make any sense. And when you look into the rift, you see Galen drifting weightlessly further and further away from you.
So I think two things happen at once. The first thing is, I think this part of sort of Katari's mind that she tends to keep sort of etherically shielded when she's connected to the Nexus, the panic is causing it to erode a little bit. So for the others, there are these little phrases that start kind of leaking out over the Nexus. Are you going to kill me now? I just told you I was. And then the words chitin conclave in Katari's voice drift over the connection. And then immediately, I think Katari, realizing what's happening, clamps down on that like tighter than ever before, trying to pull this knowledge back through the connection. And then she'll send out to the rest of the Nexus. Listen for the sound of Skitter's legs. I found some sort of rift. I see Galen. He's drifting through the rift. And I think you just start to hear this loud tapping of metal on stone as she's trying to get the rest of you to catch up to where she's at. There's a skyship engine of some kind. Hurry, he's getting further away. And I think as much as she wants to dive in there to go after him, she doesn't. And though I do think a small part of her is like, crap, how much did they glean in this moment of distraction and weakness as she waits for the other three?
And I think we hear this like tapping, this kind of loud rhythmic, sound of metal on stone, as Katari kind of like calls out to the group, and that kind of slowly fades as we change back to Galen. You're wandering through the overgrown ruins of Eidolon still, trying to figure out where the rest of your Nexus went. You're kind of somewhat following like this connection that you feel through this Nexus, and you can feel your connection with Hypella strengthening, like as you sniff her out, if you will. You kind of follow like where the feeling is strongest, and then eventually you will actually hear her voice as it floats into the forefront of your mind. Galen? Galen, is that you? Thank you, Eskhara. Hurry, I need your help.
Of course, Hypella, you're alive. Where are you?
Here, over here. Please, hurry.
Yeah, he just starts like looking like frantically around, trying to like gain altitude, try to get a better view of what's going on. Like, just trying to see her, see like both looking for her Ratus and looking for just maybe her, on foot.
Yeah, and you actually kind of round a corner eventually, and you see Hypella. Again, she's a broad cloven like yourself, even though she pilots a rather lithe Ratus, something that y'all had in common. You can see her distinct kind of one broken horn and the other opposite side of her lower jaw with like these bits of like bone and horn that kind of jut from her face, and the fact that she's missing her cheek on that side. Distinctly Hypella. But she is actively trying to like shift this large lever that seems to be rusted in place. And you can see that this lever is beside an opening that is currently sealed. And you can tell that on the other side of this kind of glass opening, or this glass cell, if you will, that it contains a very strange, pulsating Oghdra-like growth.
What What are you doing? What does this do? How
I
did
have
you
to
survive?
open this. Come on, please. Please help me.
Does this seem like in character for her to like be rushed and panicky? Like
She
full
was
disclosure, I
always.
as a player am very suspicious. I'm just trying to
Oh,
figure
I'm
out if my
sure.
character is suspicious.
No, I mean, I don't know. Out of character for her, not entirely, but it seems strange given the context. Like you're not unaware of the potential danger that might be released if this were to be opened.
Okay, but you know what? She was in my nexus. Like I feel her thoughts. I know her well. If she says this needs to be done, then it needs to be done. And I'm in a giant fucking Ratus. I can probably get that thing unless I accidentally snap the lever. So yeah, I'll go over and like of course. Where's um Crow? Oh God, you said it earlier and I've already
Stormcrow?
forgotten. Stormcrow. Like where's Stormcrow? And I'll
You
start
just
working on the lever.
around the corner. I just left it back there. I just need to get this open. There's something on the other side of this that I have to know. I have to know.
Okay. What do you think is there? And he'll just start, just working that lever, just trying to get it.
Make a stone test for me, please.
Oh yeah, that's a success. It's a
Right.
5 out of 11.
Okay. With ease, you grab a hold or push on this lever, and it gives some resistance. It's been locked in place for a long time, but it then quite suddenly like gives way and makes this large, like metallic kind of noise. You can almost feel like through the feet of your Ratus as it finally shifts into place. And she claps her hands and says, "Yes!" And as she does so, this portal begins to shift open, and this cloud, almost like cloud of spores, if you will, almost like a gas or a vapor, kind of starts to slowly pour out of this opening as the door kind of slides open. She runs off into this space, kind of pushing her way past some of these Oghdra-like growths. We're gonna cut back to the rest of you,
Hypella.
where the rest of you have found the clanging noise and followed the connection that you have with Kitari to find Kitari standing just outside of this massive skyship engine. And inside you see what I described earlier. You see an etheric rift, and getting smaller and smaller into the distance is Galen just floating weightlessly.
I think all of Qatari's sort of etheric cannons on both the port and starboard sides have emerged from their gun ports. The large main etheric cannon has not deployed yet, but as soon as she hears the approach of the others, Skitter's head kind of whips around and she says, "Have any of you seen something like this before? I can barely see him now. We need to get in there."
I think have we broken away? Have we now broken away we've broken away to go to Port Qatari already?
Yeah, you were all rocking
we're-
up on where Qatari
Mhm.
is at.
Perfect. So I think at this point we're catching up to Qatari, and then do we see this? Do we see this fissure? Okay.
Mhm.
So I imagine question is how do we want to approach this? So he would look to Rock and to Katari and kind of like assess the situation to see how they would either get through to Galen or bring Galen through.
One of our nexus is in there. We go headstrong.
Yep.
I can scout ahead if need be and try to grab Knifehawk and maybe travel through the Dream Sea to get him out, but we need to get to him before he gets too far away.
All right.
What we'll do is we'll throw Fate Weaver, and then she can do her jump thing, and then maybe Skitter can do something. I don't know what you do.
I'll follow behind Fate Weaver. That should be fine. Let's go now.
Let's do it. Come on, kid. And yeah, I have no problem. If you tell this old man that he gets to catapult Fate Weaver into a freaking void, yes, I'm all about that. So if you want to do it, and obviously, like, Karen, this is up to you too. Like, Zyvar can be like, nah, I don't need your help. But I think that's pretty badass and cool. Like, that sounds awesome.
I'm thinking there's not much time, and
Gotcha.
whether Zyvar wanted to or not, I don't think there's much reaction time there.
Yeah.
Go for
I
it.
think they're prepping for it.
I think we should lock shields and like springboard.
Yeah, dude. Let's just full on leapfrogger through the void. That sounds great. So I'm down. However, Jeremy wants to let us do this.
I'm all for it. Let's do somebody make a stone test with favor, I believe is what it's called. This system. Yep. Awesome.
So Slag, I will be giving you that favor. So I'm assisting
There
you.
you go. All right, Slag. Give us a stone test with favor.
And then just so I remember, these are me rolling D20s, right?
Correct.
And then base it on off. Okay, perfect.
Right, yeah,
So,
and then comparing it to your stone. But yeah, you'll roll with advantage.
Okay.
Favor is what it's called in this setting system.
Ooh, I got a triumph, I believe, right?
You rolled a 1?
I rolled a 1. Yeah, I got a triumph. Thanks for the
Our
with
first
the advantage.
triumph
I got
of
a
the
triumph. Yeah, man. All right, cool.
Among a nest of despairs. All right. Okay, so yeah, with the help of Rock, the two of you lock your shields together, forming a platform beneath Zyvar, beneath Fate Weaver. Sorry, Zyvar's just going along for the ride. And then you do the 1, 2, 3, and you launch Fate Weaver into this etheric rift. And it sounded like Skitter was headed right behind.
Yeah, I think the idea is, since probably Stonehenge and Hardplace won't be able to necessarily keep up with Fate Weaver and Skitter, I think Skitter's going to try to keep up with Fate Weaver. And I definitely imagine as she's sort of moving into the rift, the centipede's legs are jettisoning off again to form the slip gate, just in case Katara needs to grab Knifehawk and potentially bamf him out of whatever this is. But yeah, Katari and Skitter will be right behind Fate Weaver as close as she can get.
All right. In that case, I need Fate Weaver and Skitter. I need both of you to please make an Aether test.
Okay. Any favor or hindrance or anything?
Nope.
Straight.
Nope.
Okay.
Naked roll.
Oh, naked roll.
Naked roll.
Oh, it was so naked. It's a 4 under 13. That's pretty damn naked.
Ooh, yeah. Exposed, practically.
So
Uh-oh.
I got a 17.
Oh, all
over
right.
my 15. Yeah, Zyvar was not
We're all
quite
Katari.
ready for this.
We are all
Katari.
Katari. That needs to be the tagline of this campaign. Guys, it's okay. We're all Katari.
You can thank Jacob Norman. He's not even here. But
Even Jeremy? Jeremy's technically Katari. No, I'm just kidding.
it's true.
We are one.
Okay. So, Skitter, you head in right after Fate Weaver. No problems whatsoever. Fate Weaver, you are launched into this etheric rift, and before you even kind of realize what is going on, you become severed.
Oh shit. Okay.
You no longer feel the connection of the Nexus. As you are lost to an etheric flare. I'm going to pull up that table. I need you to please roll a d10.
7.
Okay. As you are kind of rocketing into this kind of nebulous void, the space of this area tends to become a little nebulous, a little defying of logic. And you might find yourself in a slightly more familiar place, or at the very least, you notice an object that you once had but was lost a long time ago, and it is exactly the same as it was. What is that object?
That object is this archaic thing called a book. It used to sit on my desk when I was a teacher to show the children, the wee kin, this artifact from the past. To inspire them and to give them, respect for those that came before us and what we leave for those who come after.
As Zyvar is somewhat fixated on this object, like, why is this here of all places, like, and unchanged? This was lost at some point in your past, and now it is shown back up here. It's incredibly strange. But for the moment, at least, Zyvar has been severed from the Nexus as well. The other three of you feel it. The moment that Zyvar passes the threshold into this etheric rift, you no longer feel their presence either as a part of the Nexus. And soon, especially for Kitari, you can see that Fate Weaver has gone kind of slack, and just like Knifehawk is kind of drifting weightlessly forward, no longer with determination or purpose.
Is Fate Weaver drifting away, like in a different direction from where Kitari saw Knifehawk drifting, or is it kind of like the same general direction?
The same general direction. More like her momentum, or their momentum, is kind of carrying them forward.
I think despite the overwhelming urge to go after Galen, I think there's this small part of Kitari that knows that he would be incredibly upset if something ends up happening to Zyvar and if she had an opportunity to do something about it. So I think Rock and Slag just hear, like, it's odd. It's almost like these weird, like, rasping and like chittering sounds, which you don't understand at all, but it is actually, it's grackle, which is this sort of insectoid language that the Chimru speak. That's like, it's again, chittering, it's music, it's pheromones, but it's like broadcast over the Nexus. It's just a string of grackle curses as Kitari is going to reorient herself, her slipgate again, kind of trawling in the front of her Ratus, to sort of serpentine towards Fate Weaver. And I imagine, again, like a giant boa constrictor, she will loop Skitter's tail around Fate Weaver and start to pull this smaller, I imagine, Ratus along with her as she continues moving towards where hopefully she can still see the distant speck of Knifehawk and Galen.
And as we see this, we cut back to Galen. Galen, Hypella has just moved through this door and into this strange, undulating, Oghdra-infested cell.
Hypella, you talk to me. It's been so long. How have you?
Come on. You never did trust me.
Of course I trust you, but the rest of the Nexus, I'm severed right now. I need to find them before they wander on too far.
No,
We should get back to them.
We will get back to them. We'll find them, I promise. Look, I know that I made things strange between us whenever I told you how I felt. The truth is, while I might still feel that way, I don't want to ruin our friendship. And
This isn't about that.
well, then come with me. You see her appear at the opening to the door, and she extends her hand towards you, open. You're always so detached and cold.
You just hear him very quietly say to himself, as many become one, one becomes many. Of course, you're still my Nexus. And he'll head through the door.
Austin, as you were already on the right track, would you please recite the second tenet of an etheric knight for us?
A knight serves second to the Nexus. As many become one, one becomes many.
Right. And you take Hypella's hand and you enter?
Yes.
Okay.
The
watch.
arm is already like opening up to like reveal the giant cannon that kind of hangs kind of limply by his side until it's time to lift it up and start firing.
All right. And you step through into this space. We cut back to outside of this etheric rift. Stonehenge, hard place. You're watching as Katari and Skitter have now kind of like wrapped their tail around Fate Weaver to try to hold onto their Ratus while still going after Knifehawk, whom you cannot really pick out anymore in this sea of void that you're looking into. What are you doing?
I think it's a weird experience for Slag because it's almost like in the moment he feels Knifehawk's tether almost fading completely, right? He feels all Zyvar's tether fading, right? And then it's almost like those people, those memories, he is clamoring to hold on to. He is clamoring to hold on to those people. So as they're blinking out, he looks to Rock, and again, it sounds panicked. It sounds worried. Galen, answer me. If you care enough, you'll answer. I know you will. Come on. Zyvar, you there? Come on. Just. He kind of looks to Rock, and you could see through the canopy of his Ratus, you could see this genuine, almost in tears, concern. Can't lose them, Rock. Can't lose them. So, Kitori, you got a hold of Zyvar?
Yes, Elder. I have the key, and I am following Knifehawk now. Catch up when you can. Move quick. Don't get
Okay.
distracted by anything. I don't know what's wrong with Zyvar.
Probably the same thing that's happening to Galen. I imagine if they're both shutting off, there's a reason. And yeah, I imagine that he'll look to Rock, and then we'll try to just trudge on and catch up as fast as we can, even though we are the slow boulders of the group.
The Nexus gate that Katari created, does it have like is it have
Yeah,
two portals, or is it just one?
Yeah, the slipgate is just like a Ratus size for Skitter. It unfortunately can't be used for someone else.
Okay.
Yeah. Good question
though. So then, turning back to Slag, you've always told me that we serve our Nexus before ourselves, so we must get into overdrive and go. And then he's just gonna try to manipulate this Ratus the best as he can, even though he's still struggling to do so.
I think in that it's like, no, click the heels together. Click the heels together. I know it's got a horrible clutch, man. I never fixed that. Put the heels together. And then like that'll I imagine it's just like this scenario of like when you watch like a bullfrog swim, and like how their heels touch and then span out. It's that heel click that causes the overdrive in the boots that just but it fires off like a backfire in a car, so there's like a moment of
and instead of running shoulder to shoulder like we typically do, I'm gonna try to run in step, and I'm just gonna try to manipulate my Ratus the same way he's doing his. To just keep going.
All right. As both of you breach the opening into the etheric rift, I need both of you to likewise make Aether tests, please.
Four under 12.
Oh, okay. I'm so glad you got a success, because I did not, sir. I got an 18 over 8. So, woo, baby.
So for the first several steps, Hard Place, you are in lockstep with Stonehenge. But then all of a sudden you realize that Stonehenge has gone lax and is starting to drift. Chad, if you would please roll a d10. If you get a 7, roll again, please.
No, I shan't, sir. I shan't roll.
Very well.
Because I know what shall happen. No, I will do so. You are fine. Let's see here. Oh dear. Please tell me that's good. No, that is not good. That's a 7, I believe.
You got to reroll.
I got to reroll. Okay.
Yep.
We're gonna. Thank God. Okay, that is a good.
We had a 7 already, so.
Okay, that's
two
a 4.
samesies. A 4.
That's a 4. Yeah.
Yes.
No.
All right.
You don't say it like that. No, I don't like this.
You notice, strangely enough, you're back outside of the etheric rift. You and Hard Place are having the same conversation, and both of you decide that you're going to charge straight back into the rift again, as everyone repeats the last few moments over again in your mind.
Jeremy, did you just effectively Groundhog Day my Jeff Bridges frog?
Chad,
what?
You suddenly find yourself just outside of the etheric rift. You and Hard Place.
You've always told me that we serve our Nexus before serving ourselves. Let's go.
I think at a certain point, yeah, he watches this over and over, like he replays this over and over and over again. And I think as this cycle goes over and over and over, eventually that is a repeated wrapping on the shoulder of my Ratus from Rock trying to get attention to me. But I imagine that I'm not seeing that. I'm hearing these conversations and I'm watching this go on and on and on as I drift throughout this space.
Absolutely. Katari, our place. The two of you realize that you are the only two that are still tethered, that are still connected. The other three members of your Nexus have become severed. Katari, you have a hold of Fate Weaver. Sorry, go ahead. Right.
Yeah, go ahead.
Is Slag physically like floating away kind of thing?
Yeah, basically he's like, this place has no gravity to it. It's very much just like 0G-ish, you know, so like when you've kind of like launched yourself through it, you're kind of carried forward by your momentum. There's a little bit of, you know, you can kind of swim, you know, but
Okay.
The moment that Slag fell victim to the effects of this place, like his Ratus's arms and legs just kind of fell limp, and he's just kind of now floating under his own momentum.
If I can take a little bit of licensing with the quality of my shield, I have the locking quality, which allows me to root an enemy or whatnot. I want to lock him onto my shield. That way I can keep pursuing after the rest of them, but just keeping him
absolutely locked. Absolutely. Okay. So yeah, go ahead.
Please. I was just gonna say, I think Katari would, just sensing another person dropping out of this this mental and emotional, almost spiritual connection, would reach out to you, Rock, and just say, "What do you have? Do you have Slag? Do you have the Elder? Is he? What happened?"
I don't know. We were just running, and I can't feel him any longer. I still have his Ratus, but I don't know of his condition. I can't get through to him.
Very well. All right. Just if you can follow me, follow my slipgate. It's probably easier to spot than Skitter. I don't know what else we can do but continue to try and follow Knifehawk.
I will do my best. And like Rock is like struggling to keep it together. Like,
yeah, I think like Katari has this moment where she's like, should she slow down so that Rock can keep up? But I imagine even though she is moving towards Knifehawk with Fate Weaver, I think he's still probably getting just a little bit further away with every passing moment. I'm actually gonna hang on.
Just go.
Yeah, I think especially if you say that, Rock, I think maybe you can feel that like hesitation, that uncertainty. And she says, I'll come back for you too, if I can, with Fate Weaver and Knifehawk. Just be careful. Watch out for Oghdra. And then she'll continue. She won't slow down for the two bastions.
Right. So, Matt in the chat pointed out that what you just did, Mike, would be invoking, which is actually a thing in the game. So, often creative ideas lead to solutions outside the scope of the rules. By invoking an element of your knight, an augment, a boon, or other feature, in a way not covered by the rules text, you gain favor on a single test at the seer's discretion. Once an element of your knight has been invoked, it cannot be invoked again until after respite. So, absolutely. Yeah, yep. They actually put put in a rule of cool in the book, which is amazing. So perfect. Okay. So you've managed to kind of lock Slag to your shield so that you have him secured. Katari has Fate Weaver kind of gathered up in her tail. Galen, we jump back to you. It's hard to see much in here. There's this kind of greenish gas, vapor, spore cloud kind of all around you. You realize at some point that you have exited Knifehawk. You're now on foot. You feel kind of a strange euphoria here. Almost peaceful, tranquil. Even though these Oghdra-like growths are all around you, this kind of, again, almost everything kind of like boom, 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 kind of in a unified heartbeat. Not unlike maybe a really strongly connected nexus. See, I told you. I just knew that we had to get in here.
What?
I wanted to show
What
you this
is
place.
this? What is
This-
it?
This, for so long, we've fought the Oghdra. We've been told that they were evil. They were corrupting Eskhara, but look around us. Don't you feel that? Doesn't it feel just... It feels right, doesn't it?
What are you talking about? You've seen the devastation. It does. It feels. It's calm here, but what? And it kind of like looks back to see like how far he's wandered from Knifehawk.
She kind of reaches up and kind of gently kind of takes the side of your head, kind of in her hand, and kind of gently kind of turns you back to look at her. That's all in the past. Galen, like, here, maybe we could try again. Maybe I could try again.
Of course, we still have a space for you. There's always room in the Nexus.
No,
But we
not
should
the
get back to them. We need to get
Galen.
back to them.
The Nexus, Galen.
What?
With me. You and me. Here.
I think this is the first thing that is really shaking him out of the belief that this isn't crazy wrong. Like there's been little inklings, but I think if nothing else, like he would have trusted Hypella to know her oath and live by it. And this is just wrong. The idea of like abandoning their nexus. No, we have a job to do. You know what the job was. You came here. Why did you come here?
Austin. Please roll Earth.
Oh boy. Okay. Let's see. I got a 9. What is my that's a 9 out of 13. Hey, I'm okay at that. The only thing I'm really bad at is ether.
In this moment, as you utter this thought, there is a shattering sensation. The world around you falls away in splinters, and you find yourself drifting in an etheric void. Nothing around you until you happen to look in the direction that you are drifting away from, and you can make out the approaching Ratus of Skitter trailing Fateweaver.
Am I still in Knifehawk floating?
You
or am I
are.
floating free?
No,
Okay.
you are in your Ratus.
Okay. I think Galen is not going to dwell for a second on being taken in by this. He is like, when he's in a situation which he now considers this to be, he is incredibly like analytical and decisive, I think, and is going to just immediately like, this is the new reality that we have to deal with, and going to be like, I don't know if I still have too much momentum, but I want to try to use my like your kind of wings and like any jets that might be attached to just immediately start booking it back towards them as fast as I can. I'm not interested in whatever direction I was headed. I am basically just like, I see others. I think I recognize them. I'm going to get to them, and we're going to. Do I still see like the kind of gate behind them?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay,
And
then
it's
my
not
goal
like
is
it's not like this thing narrows down to this gate. It's more like this rift exists in this void and now looks very tiny.
okay, perfect. Yeah, then my goal is just I want to be flying towards them, and like I want to try to like grab them. I'm also want to try to reach out mentally, see if I can touch any of the Nexus, like anyone, if any of the
Yes.
Nexus is still there.
Absolutely. The moment that you kind of snap out of this, and this kind of reality, this pseudo reality, like shatters all around you. Katari and Rock, both of you feel Galen's connection like instantly come back online, if you will. And Galen, you can feel the presence of Katari and Rock, but not of Slag or Zyvar.
I think the second that that connection is reestablished, you all just sort of, hear his like that internal voice that you can tell is coming from Galen, and it just says, "Retreat. This place is bad. Something bad is happening. Go back."
Very well. Come, friend Galen, hurry. And yeah, I think immediately, I mean, as gracefully as she can, considering she's dragging a whole ass other Ratus with her. Katari, I imagine, just does like a giant U-turn around Knifehawk and kind of trails along beside him, still dragging Zyvar. And yeah, she'll definitely reach out to you too as well, Rock, and say, I'm sure you heard that. Take Slag outside of the gate. We'll meet you out there.
All right, Rock, how are you trying to turn this this old frog around?
If I can
Well, real quick,
go ahead.
I think if Galen is passing and sees them still heading the other way, I would absolutely try to like grab a hold of them and try to like spin them around and give them as much of a push or even a drag as possible, knowing that they're not as set up for movement as I am.
Yeah, go ahead, Mike.
If there's anything that I can interact with, like on the ground that we were propelling ourselves with, I'll do something with that. But I actually just had the other thought. Last session, I had described having thrusters in my boots to help with jumping.
Oh yeah, and your forge.
So I'm actually going to do that. I'm going to rotate like my hips to point straight out in front of me with my legs, and then just like turn those boosters on. And activating the forge as well, just to get as much like thrust and energy
burning hot.
Way. Yeah.
Okay. Excellent. So what I would like is a flux test from Katari, Rock, and from Galen, please.
So question, Jeremy, could
Yes.
I delay my roll until I see what Galen ends up getting? Is that
Sure,
is that a thing?
absolutely.
Cool. I'll pull a Karen and go last.
That's my strong hand.
Oh boy.
Okay, so it looks like he passed. So let me roll my flux.
Galen passed his roll.
I failed my roll. That's
That
the
roll.
first roll that I failed. I rolled a 19 over 15, which is not
Damn.
good. So I have a question, Jeremy. So I have my slipgate out. Could I use the Imp's Aether Step to get to the gate, or at least get closer to the gate in that instance?
Yeah. You did absolutely describe
Don't forget
that
about Fate
was
Weaver.
established.
Yeah. Well, yeah, because I imagine, and again, Jeremy, if
Oh,
this
yeah,
is too
can you
much, let me know. Because with the hover train, you let me kind of bamf it up a span as long as I was attached to it. I'm kind of attached to Fate Weaver right now with that.
Yeah, I think the hover train is much smaller. I mean, it's basically
Yeah,
like
that's fair.
an enormous baguette. in
not
comparison to you. While
right.
Fate Weaver is live, a baguette they are not.
Gotcha. Trying to think.
You could try
Yeah,
hurling the Ratus like towards.
Yeah, you know what? I think
Roar to me.
Ooh,
when
there you
as
go.
long as she sees that Galen is making it towards the exit, I think as she realizes maybe for whatever reason, sort of the etheric jets that have replaced the legs of Skitter, since the legs are out forming the slipgate, maybe they aren't firing the way they should here. God, I'm so sorry, Karen. Yeah, I think Katari will kind of like, you hear like this groaning of metal, and then just tries to like toss Fate Weaver towards the gate. Probably not with nearly as much strength as our two Bastion boys, but as best as she can do. I imagine maybe even some of those metallic aether butterflies kind of flood out to kind of push Fate Weaver as best they can, which is probably nothing, but it's hopefully just enough to get Fate Weaver somewhere.
All right. Rock, what did you get? What was the result of your roll?
I rolled an 11, but my flex is an 8.
Ooh, okay. So you are trying your best to get turned around and navigate back towards the etheric rift, so that you can get yourself and Slag back out of here.
Slag threw me off balance, and
He's a lot heavier than you would have thought. His Ratus definitely weighs as much, maybe even more than Hardplace. And as you're doing so, you just happen to kind of look up and see Katari kind of make this maneuver and hurl Fate Weaver kind of towards the rift, and you realize that Fate Weaver's gonna miss this thing.
How far away from me is she?
Far enough that you have to make a choice. Are you holding on to Slag? Or are you going for Fate Weaver?
He would be disappointed in me if I didn't. So I'm going for Fate Weaver.
Excellent. Make a stone roll for me.
Sorry, brother. 14 over 11.
Oh no. Okay. So you kind of let go of your shield with Slag still kind of locked to it, and you push off trying to reach out for Fate Weaver, and you realize you just don't have it. You don't have enough to launch yourself hard enough to go after Fate Weaver.
Through the Nexus link, since I'm connected to Stonehenge, can I try to find a way to activate his boosters to like thrust me forward?
Maybe. Let's test Aether.
Or if I can like will my Nexus into him to get him like to snap out of it and get back online.
Okay, yeah, let's test Aether.
Okay.
Let's find out.
4 under 12.
Okay. Yes, technically, Galen, you are correct, Austin. But essentially, this close to the etheric rift, its sway, its hold, if you will, might not be quite as strong as it is deeper. And suddenly, Slag, as you are kind of stuck in this time loop, this repetition, all of a sudden, something different happens. This time, Hardplace stops you, reaching a hand out and grabbing a hold of your shoulder, keeping you from entering the etheric rift. And as he does so, you kind of turn to look, and all of a sudden, you see that you are in this void, floating weightlessly, as Hardplace is letting go of you and is turning and trying desperately to grab a hold of a non-responsive Fate Weaver. But you are reconnected, retethered, back online.
I think in that you hear like a old man who has been just violently awoken, right? And then you listen as I think in that moment he kind of tries to get clarity, tries to get space, but he feels Rock's weight just pull away from him. And as
this is his voice of desperation as he's calling out to you, and
as you do so, that wakes him up, that jolts him awake, and then he will. I imagine there's probably like sort of. The only thing I can describe it as is it's like a lazy Susan situation for the legs, right, where it can flip flop where it needs to. So like in the moment, you watch as the Ratus sort of rotates the 360 and sees Rock in front of him, and then watching Zyvar farther away. In that moment, you watch as he doesn't stop you, but he grabs onto your ankle, the ankle of the Ratus, and then he will click in his legs and his secondary arms to then do additional jet propulsion. And I would like to see if I can boost my boy in one way or another. Let me see what I got here. Yeah. I imagine, can I actually use, Jeremy, could I use the Flux Volter trait or the Flux Volter boon that I have? It says I can begin a sky vault without the launch tubes. And if my landing objective is under 3 spans away, any melee attacks deal double damage. I'm not trying to use it to get damage. I just want to see if I can use this in the moment to jettison him like the 2 spans it might be away, that for him to be able to reach and push the way he needs to.
Okay. This definitely sounds like it falls under the category of invoking again. Using something in a way that it's not necessarily meant to. So I'm going to give you favor on the test that I'm going to need you to make. I think this is probably going to be a stone test.
Stone test? Perfect.
Mm-hmm. And you'll have favor on that.
Ooh, I'm glad I'm glad I had it. I got a 10 over 14. So
excellent. Okay.
Good.
So yeah, you absolutely are able to kind of like grab a hold of Hardplace and kind of like almost like spin with him kind of held out like long, like you're talking about holding on to his ankle, and using your own boosters plus with what he's got. That gives basically enough distance for Hardplace to then reach out and grab a hold of Fate Weaver just kind of at the last moment, just as Fate Weaver's about to kind of overshoot this this rift. Okay. I believe now that you have everyone secured, there was something, Austin, you were talking about trying to do? You had an idea?
Oh, is Zyvar still floating? I'm sorry,
No.
I kind of missed that.
We're all winged,
I had a little.
but
Okay.
Yep.
I'm okay. Well, if they're all still moving in the direction, I don't know if this would work because technically it's only for one other night. But I took the Wind Whisperer boon.
Okay, lay it on me.
So I want to at least try to assist them by calling this etheric wind again. This time more like around them. To try to just give them a bit of a push towards the gate.
we're kind of Voltron together, so we are.
Yeah.
Modern.
Yeah. So if
You're
I
all
can, if I
Qatari,
could give
technically.
somebody at least, yeah. Oh, geez. If I could give somebody, I guess, help on that. But I don't know if they would really. Yeah, it's as an interaction, you can test flux. If you succeed, choose an engaged or adjacent foe or knight and move them into a span adjacent to them. So I'm kind of I don't know, like this might be invoking where I'd like to try to use that ability to just push all of them, maybe not the full span, but at least push them, make it easier for them to make it towards, or even just a flavor
course
thing.
correction.
Just a little like
course correction.
whoosh
Yeah,
to
absolutely.
to make sure that they're like in the right direction as I continue to fly towards it. But I kind of want to be the last one out, like because I'm the most mobile, and so I'm just trying to like help guide them towards the rift.
Perfect. As the Nexus kind of comes back together, connected, headed for this etheric rift, we jump back for just a moment with Zyvar, where you see this book, this strange thing that should not be here, but here it is, right in front of you, begging for you to reclaim it.
Oh, I think she absolutely would have, because this thing meant a lot, and it was lost on a very bad day.
And as you reach out and grab a hold of this book, there's a strange sensation because it doesn't feel right. It doesn't feel like you've reached out and grabbed this familiar object, but instead you feel cold, hard metal underneath your hand. And in that moment, the Nexus is spilled out of this etheric rift, in addition to the right leg of Pride Cloak, held in Fate Weaver's hand. This leg is wrapped in a mesh of shrike tendons. Forging during a respite with this will give one person the Blitz phase boon, if you adapt this to your own Ratus. But this is where we're going to take our break. All of you, please take an arsenal point. Galen, take a second, please. So, yeah, we're going to take a break here. We're going to take 10-minute bio break, go to the bathroom, refill your drinks, smoke them if you got them, kiss your spouse, etc., etc. We're going to come back after that, and we're going to finish up the second part of Session 2 of the last train to Eidolon. So sit tight. We will be right back. Hello, everyone. Welcome back to the second part of session 2 of the last train Eidolon. This is an Aether Nexus trilogy. This is a sponsored game, sponsored by Absolute Tabletop, the fine people who put together Aether Nexus and released it. It is number 2, last I looked, on DriveThruRPG. Still, it's a silver bestseller, which is incredible. Yeah, I'm super excited with how this story has gone so far, and I cannot wait to get to what is essentially the second half of our trilogy. So, let's dive back in. We find ourselves in the ruined city of Eidolon, overgrown, overrun with Oghdra, and has been for some time, maybe hundreds of years at this point, since the Hive Wars took place. You are here to gather the pieces, the scattered remnants of a mythological hero who piloted the Ratus known as Pride Cloak. So far, you have found 2 pieces. You have just emerged as a Nexus from an etheric rift, one of these wild, random places where you're able to step from the real world into the ethereal, and you've just exited with your second piece of Pride Cloak and, thankfully, your Nexus back intact. So, briefly, what does it look like as you are collecting yourselves?
So Rock is going to be trying not to cry, as he thought he had just lost Slag and Fate Weaver and just dealing with all of that. And he's going to be staying like in Stonehenge's shadow for even more so than he normally does. Just kind of regressing to a more childlike state, for at least the time being.
Zyvar is actually a bit confused. You can feel the confusion in the Nexus because of how abruptly they came out of wherever they were, and there's just that words are really hard. What
Potato.
they
No?
can't speak.
Not potato?
No, not potato. What I was grabbing versus what I got,
The book.
completely different,
Yes.
right? They were completely different, and
Potatoes and oranges.
exactly. And yeah, one you can make soup with and stew, and the other one juice. And it was very confusing, and Zyvar is still, I think, struggling with that, with the abruptness of the change.
I think Galen is going from like member to member of the Nexus, placing a hand on his shoulder, like, are you okay? What did you see in there? Just asking one at a time, like trying to gather everyone else's impressions, but also try to comfort them, like we're out of there now, but I should tell you all, I saw Hypella in there. I don't think it was really her. I don't think anything in there was real. But whatever that thing was, it reached out and it used my desire to find her to manipulate me. And I'm sorry about that. I put you all in danger by following that hope. So it pains me to say it, but Zyvar, I think you were right.
There is only the slightest acknowledgement of your statement that passes by Zyvar's face. Slight nod. There's no smirk. There's no, oh, I told you so. There's none of that. You don't even see it feel it in the Nexus. There's just none of that. It's just a slight affirmative.
I think Katari has actually stayed in Skitter as we have all kind of exited this rift. So I think when she sort of hears this conversation or feels this conversation, she just says, "All that matters is that you are all right, friend Galen." But I do think sort of that the previous night during that watch that we had, that conversation maybe that she and Galen had was Katari basically saying, given what Galen knows about her and her past, if he feels like he's not going to be able to deal with Hypella if she is a danger to the group, Katari's willing to take on that burden of killing her if she has to. So I think there's kind of this, there's the obvious relief that Galen is back, but there's also this hardening of resolve. But I also think maybe something that Slag might even notice is there's this simmering shame that Katari is trying very hard not to let bleed out to the others. That one, she panicked, and two, some things from a very private corner of her mind started to bleed out into the Nexus, and she's not sure if anyone's going to call her on it, what they think any of that means, or if they just think it's just random memories drifting through this connection. I think actually what she's going to do, she'll deploy that large etheric cannon, and she's going to try to, Jeremy, I don't really know kind of what the structure surrounding the rift looks like, this broken down skyship. I think she's going to try to collapse the entrance to the rift. She's going to try to seal it off with just blasts of etheric energy, both to distract herself, but also to potentially keep someone else from randomly stumbling into that nightmarish place.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, you blast apart like, you know, this kind of obelisk or column-like structure that's kind of still attached to this part of the building that hasn't managed to collapse yet, and cause it to kind of like collapse down onto like the metallic ring that kind of forms this engine and kind of collapse the frame down in on itself.
I think once that's done, she'll exit her Ratus and she's going to just start smoking. She just pulls out a cigarette and a sulfur match from her Serape and just starts smoking, fumes sort of drifting in the smoke around her head. And she just leans back against one of Skitter's large metallic legs as the slipgate disassembles and becomes the legs again.
All right. So we head back out into the city after just a small pause. And before long, we come to an enormous crater. Clearly, a place where a Ratus has landed with tremendous force. This kind of buckled bowl of street and stone and wreckage and rubble. A pylon belonging to a nearby elevated set of tracks lies cast aside, shards of broken chitin still testifying to its use as a bludgeoning weapon against the Oghdra. However, this crater also appears to have served as the grave of many of the city's inhabitants. Their hastily gathered belongings still scattered amongst the twisted wreckage of the train that had fallen from these broken tracks. As you step into this area where this crater is, ether kind of seeping up out of the broken, like, cratered ground, almost like steam. Rock. Suddenly, you find yourself in the Eidolon of before, the city as it was, and you realize after just a moment that you are actually looking out the window of this very train as it races towards the skyport. All around you are denizens of Eidolon who have every bag, every suitcase, every thing that they could grab that was portable, and they are desperately trying to flee the city. When you look at this glass window from a slightly different angle, what face do we see looking back?
Would have been Rock just as a young boy. And not surrounded by his parents though. He was orphaned whenever he was very small, and he's just rushing out with the herd with nothing to his name. So most people have all of their belongings, and he just has his shell, and just looking with like 1,000-yard stare, just nothing behind his eyes anymore. Just trying to find his place in the mess that he's found himself in.
And this is strange because this memory of yours is vivid. This is a moment that you know that you lived. However, couldn't be possible. Eidolon was destroyed during the Hive Wars, hundreds of years ago. There's no way that you could have been on this exact train, looking at this exact city, but it is so tangible, it is so real to you that you feel you were there.
So it was Rock's face, but it was actually his great grandfather.
Okay. And it's maybe even like this strange synchronicity of like repeating, something where I know that at one point you may have lived through something similar. And it's as you're kind of realizing that this is your face, but not entirely, that there are differences. And all of a sudden, Pride Cloak flies past the window, passing the train, landing, causing the buildings around him to crumble. And then you realize as he reaches out and turns to fight this enormous Oghdra, you realize all too late that Pride Cloak has just pulled the pylon out from the tracks ahead to use as a weapon to fight this Oghdra. And just about the time that you realize that, you taste something, this bitter sweetness in your mouth that you associate deeply with betrayal. And that taste is so vivid in your memory that it returns you to the moment that was syncing up with this moment. It takes you to a different memory, this one wholly your own. Rock, please recite the third tenet of an etheric knight, please.
A knight serves third himself, in each a hearth to be kindled.
Where do we find Rock?
Out of his Ratus in the crater. Trying to find himself.
All right.
And in the betrayal of Pride Cloak and not having any compassion to the people in that train.
All around you. Go ahead, sorry.
Yeah, someone that he just was idolizing moments ago, but is finding disgusted with at the moment.
And as you kind of looking around for yourself, you're, coming across body after body after body. And at first, there's these flashes of these individuals freshly dead from this crash. Fires around you, smoke. But then almost every single one that you reach out and touch, the one that you roll over because you think it might be who you're looking for, as you put your hand on them and roll them, they in an instant fade, change before your eyes into skeletal remains, into empty chitin for the Kimru. These are husks, long dead, fossils almost. But every time you see another one and you begin to reach for that individual, you see the fresh death on their body before it fades. Eventually, you find the broken pylon hammer to the side, still embedded with pieces of Oghdra. Beside it, the left arm of Pride Cloak, dented, partially crushed. But there it lies, all the same. Rock, please take an arsenal point. The rest of you, you come upon this crater, you see this vapor. You know, again, these tendrils of blue and purple just kind of wisps their way out of the ground and then dissipate almost as fast as they appear. All of a sudden, Hardplace moves forward to the edge of this crater and stops. And the tether pod opens. Rock emerges and throws himself to the ground and starts frantically, like, sorting through the corpses that are gathered in this crater.
I think
Rock.
Slag would be the first person that would, like, I think Slag would be the first person to maybe address it, but I don't necessarily believe he'd be the first to. I think he'd be the first to address it and probably try to be the first to show up. But I believe Galen would also have reached out in the same moment. I think we're both curious as to what Rock is doing.
Yeah, I think for Galen, it's almost just like a mom instinct of like, one of my boys is out of his suit. Like
Yep.
it's that, like it's not even like it's literally just like, what are you doing?
Yeah.
There could be danger around every corner.
Rock. Rock, no. What did we just talk about, man? What did we just deal with?
Like with initial probing of like
Mhm.
talking to Rock, he's actually
Mhm.
just gonna retreat into his shell and not say anything for a moment.
And I think that that's when Slag would probably get down to you. And his Ratus would be like right behind you. He would get out of his Ratus for the moment. Are you back in your Ratus now? No, but you're like you're just in your shell sitting there in that space. Okay.
It's like in the crater.
Yeah. You see this old man, this wide old toad, kind of like clamber near your body. I imagine that Rock's form is much bigger than Slag at this stage in his life. Yeah. He kind of knocks on your shell a little bit. Hey, buddy. Hey, son. Come on. Remember what we talked about? You gotta talk to me, man. You gotta talk to me when things like this happen.
He killed them. He killed me. He killed. I don't know.
Killed you? Who? Who killed Who killed who? No, you're fine.
Pride Cloak did?
Pride Cloak did.
All of this.
Pride Cloak did this.
That he ripped the pylon and killed all of the people trying to evacuate. I don't know.
He you see that he kind of wraps his arms around you in an embrace, kind of hefts you up a little bit with like hefts you up a little bit like a sumo wrestler would, kind of just hefts you up a little bit. Now, listen, I understand that you think you are my squire and you aspire to be a knight. But I want you to know something, kid. You are not a squire. You are a knight now. You are a knight. Don't ever, I don't listen. From this moment on, I don't want you to ever think that you are a squire. You are a knight. After what I just saw, you're a knight, kid. So I don't know why Pride Cloak did this. If Pride Cloak did this,
He's gonna pop out of his shell and give you a real big hug.
but understand, I don't care what your decision is, kid. You're my son, and I'm not gonna let you not have heroes, okay? I'm not. So I don't know what you saw out there, but there is a crater here. And if you're saying that Pride Cloak did it, well then I believe you. But
He was fighting a big one, but he used the pylon of the train and
he kind of looks up. Yeah, that would explain it. He kind of looks over at the giant ass pylon that's over there. And he
in
like
his
looks,
arm.
yeah, he looks over to the arm. Well, you want to go collect it? Let's go collect it. But look, and
This is a harsh place.
he
I don't like
feels
it.
he feels your sadness in that moment. Don't let one Ratus, one legend, ruin what you feel, kid.
Okay.
Okay.
And Rock will try to recollect himself and escort Slag back to Stonehenge, and then
I'll hop back in, and then immediately I kind of like you'll watch as he kind of rolls forward a little bit, and then like claps your Ratus shoulder. He's like, "Come on, I'll help you." And he like goes to lift the whatever's pinning the arm down. I think the two of them are gonna just side by side go up and try to just lift whatever piece is pinning this arm to the crater.
Oh yeah. Okay. You move over Stonehenge and kind of like position yourself, use your multiple arms to kind of like grab a hold of this this pylon and lift enough so that Rock can kind of like get underneath and grab a hold of this this left arm and begin to pull it free. But as you do so, everyone but Katari feels a familiar connection. Faint, but undeniable. This is the second time Galen has felt this connection today. Suddenly, another Ratus appears over the top of a nearby building overlooking this crater. And those of you who have seen it before immediately recognize it as the Ratus known as Stormcloak. I'm sorry, Stormcrow. Electricity hums between its spines, its purple plating undeniable. I need all of you to please roll for initiative.
That's flux or ether, correct, Jeremy? Is that what we decided last
Yes, I
time? Okay.
believe.
I see Karen nodding.
Thank you for keeping me
Wow.
honest.
What is happening? 18 over 15. That's
Ooh,
a fail.
okay.
What do we got to do? What do we got to do? Is it
One
flux?
pass. You
said?
got to roll initiative.
Flux or Aether.
Flux or
Either
Flux
one.
or ether. Yep.
Well, I got
You've
a
got,
12 over 13, so we're good there. I barely passed, but I passed. Let's go, baby.
8 over 12
Alright.
or under 12. So I passed
Okay.
as well.
So it sounds like everybody but Katari managed to pass. So, in whatever order that the four of you wish to go, you may go. Then Stormcloak, I keep doing that. Stormcrow will then go, and then Katari will go.
It's Pride Cloak.
Right? Yeah. There you go. I screwed myself.
So, first question before we even start this. Does the
Mhm.
Ratus actually look exactly the same, or does it look slightly different than it did before?
I mean, mostly, yes. It looks
It's a lot
pretty
more
much
black.
exactly the same. You say that as a joke. However, I think that Zyvar would actually see some strange inky blackness, maybe kind of leaking out of various places.
Okay, good to
Mhm.
know. Yeah, I think no hesitation whatsoever.
And
because my
has it
abilities-
done
I'm
anything to make its intentions known?
yeah, it will. So no hesitations whatsoever. The morphing Ratus of Zyvar, this Fate Weaver, immediately solidifies in one hand the etheric caster, and I am going to move a little closer and then shoot this Ratus.
Okay. So you're going to move spans.
Yeah, I don't want to. I don't want to engage. So if that's
Right.
will to engage it, then I don't want to move. But I would get a little bit closer.
As a
and
right
then
as
shoot.
a maneuver,
Yeah.
and then as a strike action.
Yeah.
Okay. Roll that beautiful green footage.
And that's flux, right? Because I'm doing ranged.
For ranged, I believe so. Yeah.
Oh, that's a 6. Ah, yes.
So that is
So that's
a
a success.
success. Oh, wait. I'm sorry. Wait. This is flux, right? Okay.
Yeah.
So, it turns that 6 into an 8. Is that still a success?
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay. Cool. Yeah. The way that adversaries work in this is they sometimes adjust the results of your rolls to determine whether or not they hit, because there's not a lot that I roll on my end. Okay. Okay, I think you hit. Yep. So roll your damage die.
My whopping D6.
Mm.
Oh, but I rolled a 6. And my
Oh.
etheric caster says on a max damage, this damage is rupture damage instead of regular.
Damn. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So that goes straight through armor.
Mm-hmm. It's almost
Okay.
like I knew the Ratus and its weaknesses.
Hell yeah.
I like that. Zavar's like Batman. Yeah, I team up with these people, but I also know how to kill every single one of them. Just in case.
Just in case.
Okay. Damage die, I don't think decreases whenever you roll one or minimum or maximum, right? I don't think it changes. Okay.
I will look up that real quick while we're doing other things.
So this massive shot rings out from Fate Weaver. And again, like the casters in this game, I think like sling discs, like bladed discs. So this thing kind of comes out of the end of your caster and zings through and cuts into this Stormcrow Ratus as it starts to make its way down from its perch. Okay. 3 more PC slots, I believe.
How many spans away is Stormcrow?
2.
2. Okay. Then I would like to maneuver 1 closer, so I'm 1 span away.
I think that's adjacent.
Oh, shoot.
No?
Yeah, that's adjacent.
Okay.
And then I am going to use an interaction to use Wind Whisperer again. And I really want it to be like classic like anime montage of like the like spinning around as like these like wisps of smoke of wind start like whipping up around one hand that like a big vent emerges from. And it's almost like a whip of wind as he like reaches out with his free hand and yanks this Ratus. I want to move it closer to the 2 bastions. Like I can move it a span. So I want to move it into I would like to keep it. I don't know if it's possible for me to like maneuver in such a way that I'm keeping it at least a span like adjacent with me still, but moving it a span towards them, or if I'd have to kind of move it toward into the one I'm in.
Yeah, you'd basically have to move it towards you into your same span. It doesn't necessarily mean that it's next to you. It just means it's in a span with you. It just means like if it was to try to close with you, it wouldn't cost it a maneuver to do so. Essentially.
Okay. That's good with me. I'm okay with that.
Yeah.
So I think I had to maneuver to get there. So that's good enough. I've moved it 1 closer so that it should be a little easier for our bastions to get to it and wail.
It's automatic, right? There's nothing that you have to like.
Oh no, I do have to test flux. I have to test flux.
Okay.
Oh no.
No.
Oh no. Okay, well, it doesn't happen.
Okay.
I got a 19, so could have been worse, but
indeed.
Yeah, so the wind whips out and just fails to like it just kind of dissipates on these spikes and spines around this Ratus as it doesn't seem to be able to like fully catch and it just kind of breaks into these little wisps of wind that all scatter.
Okay. That was 2 PCs. There are 2 more to go. Both of our Bastion boys, I believe.
I'm going to be following Slag, so I'm going to let you go first.
Right then. By process of elimination, you're up. Slag.
Process of elimination. So we see this target ahead of us. And I will. Let's see what I can do, kiddos. Yeah. If allowable, I guess how far away are they right now? They would be considered
2 spans.
Like 2
Oh no,
spans
1 span
away.
now.
1
because
span away.
oh no, because it failed. Sorry.
It didn't work. Yeah.
Right.
Okay. Oh dear. Okay. I guess I know I think I have. He would have something for ranged weaponry, I imagine, right? I don't think I put anything on here though.
I don't.
For his ranged weapons, I don't know. I think he has only melee. So yeah. He'll attempt to start moving in that general direction.
Pick up that pylon before you go.
Yeah. Oh, 100% I'm picking up the pylon. As I move forward, I think if he doesn't pick up the entire thing, he is literally cracking off a slab of it and getting basically a sheared dagger of pylon to drag with him like a cloud strife sword, just straight through the ground, cutting through with two arms, and then his other arms have the other weapons in the hand. So he's just going full ham right now toward this Ratus on the hilltop.
Okay. All right, so maneuver forward, and are you maneuvering twice?
I'm gonna try to maneuver twice, yeah, because I would need to cover both spans to be able to get into melee range, and everything
Absolutely.
else I've got. I mean, I could push things up, but nah, it's not worth it. So
All right,
let's do
so 2 actions of the same type, I believe, requires a
Cause
Nexus
me to-
die
yep,
roll.
Requires a Nexus die
So
roll.
I believe you are still adjacent to me when you're moving that second time.
Because
so
you
you
did
could
move
roll my Nexus die instead.
Okay.
forward. Ah, there you go.
Wonderful. Do I need to roll anything for so this would be Nexus die. What is your Nexus die?
D12.
Then? D12. Wonderful.
Damn.
Okay. And then when does it go down?
On a 1
Just
or a
don't roll a
12.
1. Yeah. I mean, if you roll a 12, that's fine.
All right, we're good. It's a 10. We're fine. We're fine.
Okay. All right. So you rock forwards as fast as you can, and how is it that Fate Weaver's ability allows Stonehenge to do this unhindered?
This is through our Nexus link. So it's like we have this bond, and because we're linked, I've strengthened his resolve, his again, words. And so because of that, I'm there to support him. And when he rolls the Nexus die, it's ours combined, really.
Nice. Okay. So yeah, it's just maybe Zyvar lending a little bit of their tenacity or something, to Slag, so that he can charge forward a little faster than maybe he would normally. All right. That leaves 1 PC.
So I'm also going to rock forward and
Perfect.
going just right into shoulder to shoulder. So I will maneuver
Double
twice as well.
maneuver. All right. Roll your Nexus die, please.
And can
Also
you do that
can
a
roll
bit?
mine.
Okay.
You betcha.
Okay. Nice.
I rolled a 12.
Ooh.
Okay, so
Something interesting happened.
so
The Nexus.
I'm assuming that's going
player?
to be my Nexus search because they're rolling my die. So what happens is that I guess you move real fast. This it's almost like this overpoweredness, if you will, until the end of the next turn. So I'm going to say your next turn. Myself and each of the engaged knights, we cannot be targeted by attack, and likewise cannot attack. Each affected knight will then have favor on their next attack.
This is every knight in your Nexus?
No, just the engaged ones. So
The ones in the same span as you.
yeah,
It would be me and her, I guess.
except that they were actually adjacent. So I don't know.
You
that
moved
would be me
forward
and
1 span, right?
I went. Yeah, that's I think
So you
Yeah.
and
anybody in
Galen,
that.
you and
Yeah, I think
Knifehawk
Galen.
are both in that span. Okay.
So we
Okay.
cannot be targeted by attacks, and likewise cannot attack. And then we have favor on our next attack.
Perfect. Okay. Remember that, if you will, because I more than likely will not for you. But also, your D12 Nexus die becomes a D10. Hey, interesting. That's really cool. Okay, so that's all the PC slots to go before Stormcrow. Stormcrow is an elite foe, so she can take 2 strikes and 1 other action on her turn. Let's see what else. Okay. So I think first what we see is okay. We see Stormcrow close with you, Knifehawk, since you bothered to bring her in so close. She is then going to lash out at you with her electric claws. Please test stone.
With us having moved forward, are they still engaged with me and Slag, or did she leave?
No. Because wait.
Yeah, because she didn't get
Didn't.
pulled forward by
Did
Galen.
not get pulled forward.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
Did
Okay.
not get pulled forward, yeah.
Is not in the same span as Galen. Reverse that. All right. Instead, she's gonna go after Slag after Stonehenge, as he was the first to move forward. So instead of Knifehawk testing stone, I need Slag, please, and Stonehenge to test.
Okay, then. Yep. Ooh, okay. Well, that is a 12 under 14. So.
Okay, excellent. So, Stormcrow charges forward and kind of lashes out at these electrically charged claws, or with these electrically charged claws, kind of arcs of electricity dancing between each of the independent appendages. That was a lot harder to say than it should have been.
Words are hard.
Potato. And then almost immediately, she's going to engage Aether Step, where she is able to move to an adjacent span, ignoring opportunity attacks. And the target of her next attack tests with hindrance. So she strikes out with these claws and then like disappears and reappears a span away, and then immediately is going to kind of like throw her her appendages like backwards, and from the center, almost like right around the tether pod, ether kind of starts to gather in kind of like a swirling like group of individual tethers that kind of like reach out, not dissimilar from Katari's Slipgate. And as it kind of does so, it swirls into a cone shape and then lashes out as she is going to attack with Misery Beam. I need Slag, Rock, and Galen each to test Flux, please.
Is this an attack?
Yes, it is a strike.
That Nexus Surge protects me, right?
I believe so.
Just want to double check.
What happens if I tie my number?
It is
Cannot
a
be
fail.
targeted attacks.
So we're rolling flux, right?
Correct.
Correct. I
Okay,
got
cool.
8 out of 8.
Okay, so Slag's fine, Galen's fine. However, this slams into catching Hard Place, and Hard Place, you are going to take 7 points of damage.
You got that
Well,
like
hold on.
guardian ability.
Yeah, I was going to say, you want to use your guardian ability? I was going to use
that
my
would be-
guardian ability.
That would be
for
you. Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Does
Oh,
yeah,
absolutely. I was going to use that. Yeah.
does it affect rupture damage?
It doesn't say. It just says I can roll my armor die to absorb
Okay, then yeah.
damage taken.
Rupture ignores armor.
Oh, okay.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, sorry.
Okay.
So there
it's-
might be some abilities that don't rely on armor to decrease damage, so I just wanted to clarify before.
Got it. Okay. Okay. I just want to make sure, because if it's something I can do to block that, then that's fine. Ooh, Could I use Jeremy? Could I use potentially? Oh, I would it had to be on my turn because it's an activation, right? So
Yeah.
I was going to say if I could fortify myself and then fortify him so that it wouldn't damage him, but that is totally fine.
Okay. So, Rock, your full energy is 12. Right?
Correct.
All right, so that brings you down to 5. So, all right, we've got our first damage from the game. All right. Schnookny, Schnookny, Schnoy, Bamf, and Misery. Okay. I think that's everything that Stormcrow has going on this turn. So now we're to the bottom of the round with Katari's turn.
Yeah, I think before Stormcrow emerged, Katari was a little distracted, just like looking at the surroundings, also thinking about these Shrike tendons that she took from Pride Cloak's right arm. She's not accustomed to harvesting things from the Oghdra, plus the concern for Galen, so she was a little off her game. But when she sees this beam just tear through Hard Place, I think she immediately locks in. Fume blossoms from this smokestack at the top of Skitter and wraps around the centipede. The main etheric cannon just it engages technically. Words are hard. It engages, and I pre-rolled, so I got a 7 under 15, which I believe becomes a 9 under 15.
Yes. Yeah.
With
Flux.
Flux.
Yep.
Yeah, and I'm going to choose to actually do this. So instead of rolling my damage die, I'm going to use the cannon special ability, which is I can choose to do max damage, and I lower my damage dice afterwards.
Oh, wow. Okay.
So this is going to be 10 points of damage,
Ooh,
and then I roll an additional damage die because the first time I deal damage to a foe, roll an extra damage die. That's an imp ability called Blink Strike, but I only rolled a 1, so that's a total of 11 points of damage. And then I think as this blast, slams into Stormcrow like a slithering snake, Skitter just darts forward, using a maneuver for the second action to get into, I guess would be the span where Stormcrow is.
Okay. Yeah.
Which actually means, hang on. So I'm engaged with the enemy. I'm going to test my flux because, let's see if I can do this. Oh, I didn't do it. Oh no. Okay, so as Skitter darts forward, I think the rest of you start to see it sort of like vibrates. There's like these etheric images that start to dart all around it as Skitter starts to pick up speed as it moves. However, the dash strike maneuver, she tries to collide with Stormcrow, does not work, which means I am marked until the end of my next turn. And I am right up next to Stormcrow. So that is not good for me. I imagine sort of the different etheric images sputter and fade, and there's this discharge of smoke from just all of the different cracks and crevices in Skitter. You just hear Katari say, "Oh, damn it! It didn't work! Shit!" And she's going to kind of prepare herself for probably an incoming attack, and that'll be it.
Yeah, you said something about like charging up into Stormcrow.
Yeah, dash strike. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so I think like maybe even some of these like electrified quills that kind of like protrude from Stormcrow, like as Skitter kind of like backs up from this impact just a bit, there's like several of these things that have been embedded in like vital places or something on Skitter. All right, well marked. The next successful attack against you deals crit damage. Oh my god. Uh-oh. Okay.
Yeah, this could be real bad if Stormcrow gets a hit on Skitter.
Ruh-roh, Raggy. Okay, that finishes off the round. So everybody roll initiative again, please. Aether or Earth?
Aether or
Flux.
And I succeeded 3 under 15 on Flux,
All
so I go
right.
before her. Thank God.
Okay, all right. So far, Rock is going after, or, yep. Okay, all right, so the 4 of you get to go before Stormcrow goes again, and then Rock will get to go.
So I actually kind of know what I want to do, if that's okay with everybody, because I'm definitely in a bad spot. So I think Again, I like that image of like the quills stuck into like different pieces of this rusted metal centipede. Again, Skitter starts to vibrate, and those etheric images begin to sort of lance off, and it is going to move back a span using Aether Step, which allows me to move to an adjacent span, ignoring pursuit rolls, and my next attack is rolled with favor. So Skitter darts back. I imagine for a brief moment, it almost seems to phase into the dream sea, kind of disappearing these magentas and blues and almost like glimmers of starlight before just sort of reassembling, reapparating into this additional span. And the main cannon is going to fire again. It's only going to be a D8 damage die if I hit. I don't get my additional stuff, but I think this is the best course of action because I'm still marked till the end of, actually, it's the end of my turn, so I'll be good after this. That's a 6, which is under my 15, so this is going to be a D8 of damage as the cannon fires. I think Qatari would be aiming for like kind of like the main cockpit area of Stormcrow. Not that it matters, but for Flava, and that's 5 points of damage from the cannon. Just this blast of ether streaking towards the cockpit. And that is going to be it for Qatari.
Right, it collides, sending Stormcrow to kind of like take like a stabilizing step backwards. You know, like its left leg kind of like shoots backwards and like digs into the ground and the rubble to kind of like keep itself from falling backwards from the hit of this beam, the second hit of this beam.
And I apologize, Jeremy. So I'm actually still marked. It's until the end of my next turn. So I'm still marked at this point. I misread that. So I just wanted to let you know. Got to be honest, even if I'm about to get rocked and not
I appreciate it. All right. The other three that get to go?
I will go next.
Okay.
Because until the end of my next turn, which is this one, we can't attack, which means I'm going to go first. So I'm going to do an interaction called Memory Soothe. I am sending this message, this memory to Rock over our link of an image that he finds comforting and healing. And I will roll my Nexus die, which is now a D10, which I rolled a 7. And so what I'm doing is I'm giving you energy. So Rock, with this healing memory, you are going to regain 9 points of energy.
Thank you.
9 points? All right.
Yeah. So a D4 plus my Nexus roll. And
That's back to
then
full.
And then as my second action, Galen, are you wanting, like right now, Hypella moved, Stormcrow moved, right, to engage with, she's engaged with Galen now or with Rock and Slag?
Had moved away to do Misery Beam.
Yeah.
And then Qatari is now engaged.
Oh, so Qatari is engaged with Stormcrow.
Qatari shouldn't be engaged with Stormcrow now.
Oh, sorry.
She used
yes.
step to get back. Yeah, she's one span back.
Then, yeah.
Okay, so Rock and Slag and Qatari are all one span away, so they're adjacent to her.
Correct.
Not engaged. And then Galen and I are even further. Okay, so
2 spans, right.
2 spans. Galen, would you be wanting, like, how do you,
I think I'm going to try
with
the
your
same
tactics,
thing.
do you want to be engaged with her or do you want to be like away from her?
No, away from her. I think my goal this turn will still be to move her closer to the bastions so that they can get start wailing on her with melee. I'm going to do both actions to move her if I fail one. Since that's about all I can do.
Okay, so what I'm going to do then for my second, as I'm knowing that this is also your plan, I'm going to do activation with sort of my channel aspect. I'm going to choose Flux as my aspect. I have to roll my Nexus die again. I rolled a 7 again. Flux allows me to move. Oh, I'm not adjacent to her. Okay, never. I can't do that. But I am adjacent to those guys, so I think I will move. Qatari, do you want to still be adjacent to her, or do you want to be moved further away from her?
I think further away because I'm still marked. I still have the electric quills jutting out of my Ratus.
So then I will move Qatari 1 more span away from Stormcrow.
Thank you, Zyvar.
Okay.
And that would be both of mine. And that's the end of my turn. So my surge is done.
Okay, I
Thanks.
think Galen still has, like, Nighthawk still has this wind whipping around his hand that is active, and he'll send out another like rope of misty wind to try to pull Stormcrow. Now I want to say Stormcloak. Stormcrow closer to Stonehenge and Hard Place.
Okay. This is an
And
ether
oh my god,
test?
it's a flux test, and it's
Flux,
another
okay, +2.
19.
Oh no. Okay.
So I'm gonna roll it again and then roll my Nexus die.
Okay.
And it's gonna
And
go
remember,
great.
it's
It's
+2
gonna
to
be
flux.
okay. That +2, I think, just boned me.
Oh.
Yes. I rolled a 13. I have a 14, which makes that a 15.
Oh my god.
And
Wow.
I fail.
Okay. Amazing. Like, this is
and-
different than Mecha Hack, so this is really cool to see at work here.
Ooh, well, okay. I got a Nexus die surge, which is
Oh
good
shit.
and bad
Okay.
potentially. Let's see what my surge ability is, because I haven't used it yet. That is
It is a Ratus based,
kin,
right?
I think
Oh
it's
no,
kin
it's
based.
it's kin. Okay.
Okay. Choose an engaged or adjacent knight until the end of your next turn. You and this knight can bolster each other without using an action, and you may each roll against the other's aspects
Ooh.
rather than your own.
I think
Okay,
bolstering's the one where
think
you can exchange energy freely between each other.
okay, cool. I think let's see, you can roll against each other's aspects. Okay. I'll pick hard place, since I think he's adjacent, and the bolstering, because I think we're gonna try to get Stormcrow right up in his face along with Slag, but also just in case he needs to avoid anything, I think maybe I might have higher flux. I'm not sure. He's a Bastion. So,
Interesting. Okay.
all right, I will. Yeah, that's my surge, and that's my turn.
Okay. I believe that just leaves Slag.
So Slag has basically been charging toward this Ratus the whole time. And I think I still have to move one span to be in an engaged space, correct?
Yes.
Okay, so I'll move it. And then what I would like to do is because I remember how this works, kids. Is I would like to do my Starfall ability as I go in for my first attack. It says, as an interaction, test stone. If you succeed, deal 1d8 damage and stagger an engaged or adjacent foe. Then I have to roll my Nexus die. But I would like to take, I'd like to attack with my weapons, but I'm really going to be attacking with this giant pillar, right? And then I believe, does that mean I add a d8 to whatever damage I would have normally rolled? I don't know how that would work.
Read it again.
So it says, as an interaction, I test stone.
No.
If I succeed, deal 1d8 damage and then stagger an engaged or adjacent.
Right. So it takes the place of a strike.
Oh, okay.
Well, you had a maneuver and you get one other action. So if you're taking an interaction action, then you would be doing what you just read as opposed to actually striking with your weapon.
That's
like you can theme it as like you striking with your weapon, and it just does it differently for some reason.
I think that's what I'll do.
Yeah,
because
it's separate from your strike.
I'm not using my regular blades. I'm using the pillar. So as I come up toward the Ratus, you fully see this pillar sword come straight down across, and I'm gonna Ooh, that's actually very good. That is a 7 under a 14. So
It's
then
a success.
that is a success. And then that is going to be ooh, okay. That's not full, but that's half. I'll take 4 damage, and the foe
Okay.
is staggered.
What does
How
that
long are they
mean?
staggered, Chad?
I do not know how. It just says staggered. It just says stagger engaged and stagger a foe. I don't know how long the stagger stays.
I wonder if it's until like the end of their next turn.
Staggered. While staggered, you can only take a single action on your turn. This
Mm-hmm.
condition persists until the end of your next turn.
Nice.
Next turn. Okay,
Perfect. That's awesome.
So yeah. And then I have to roll my Nexus die. So that is a D. Remember. My Nexus die is D6. Okay. Up, and that is what am I not trying to hit?
A 1 or a
minimum
6.
or maximum. Yep.
Okay. Yeah, no, I hit a 5. We're fine.
Okay. All right. So you clock Stormcrow hard with this pylon. And
Baseball swing, baby. Boom.
Yeah.
Go.
I think that Stormcrow actually like slams up against like the corner of a building, kind of with this follow through that you have with this pylon. So she gets slammed between the exterior of this building and this pylon, and like part of the building like gives way and collapses, causing like a floor or two above it to kind of like crumble and fall and cascade down, kind of onto the two of you. Your Ratuses don't care. Like this is negligible at best, but damaging her all the same. There's a moment where you kind of reel back and you can see like it put its arm up on this kind of collapsed building and kind of rights itself, but you can see it's moving slow, definitely under the staggering effects of your blow. So it can only take one action this round, and that action is going to be a maneuver action it has called Phase. Until the end of this foe's next turn, attacks against it are hindered. You watch as it rights itself, and then the electricity kind of like amplifies between all of these various quills and spines, and you see this etheric veil, this purple blue nebulous kind of like inky cloud almost, like fade through it. It's almost like somebody took the opacity and like turned it down to like 25%. Okay. That's all that she can do this turn. So that brings us to the bottom of the round with Rock.
So as this soothing memory washes over Rock, he has this image of being sick in bed as a younger boy, as Slag is caring for him. And then kind of coming to and realizing where he is and that Slag has pushed forward. He's going to maneuver forward to catch up. And then I want to use an activation to turn on Glimmer Barrier. So me and 2 adjacent, which would just be Stonehenge at this point, become fortified.
Okay. Oh yeah. You move up beside Stonehenge and activate this Glimmer Barrier, and it enshrouds the two of you. Okay, that's the bottom of the round. So everybody roll for initiative again. It is either Aether or Flux.
I got a 13 under a 15, so success.
Okay, success. That's 2 successes. 3 successes, okay.
Does despair count on an initiative roll?
Ooh. I don't know that it necessarily means anything extra other than just that nifty little ridiculousness.
I feel like we've rolled so many nat 20s. I'm like, oh, of course, when it's a roll under system, just fucking 20s out the wazoo. But
20s for days.
Mhm.
that's a fail for me.
Okay. And then we'll get Slags whenever he returns. So it sounds like everybody so far, at least, other than Galen, gets to go before Stormcrow. So the three of you can decide whatever order that you would like to take that in.
You're muted, Karen. Or you were muted.
I was just talking really low. I'd love to go next.
Go for it. I'll go after you.
Okay. So seeing that Rock is back functioning again, Rock and Slag are up there engaged with Stormcrow. Xivar is going to span closer to become adjacent to Stormcrow and them. And then I'm going to channel my aspect again. This time I'm going to pick Aether. So I will roll my Nexus die. I rolled a 10, so we're going to get a surge and stuff.
Another Nexus Surge.
Except I'm going to
Wow.
use my companion this time because I forgot about her. But
Oh, okay.
so first channel aspect, I will deal rupture damage equal to my Nexus die roll to Stormcrow. So she's going to take 10 points of damage. And this surge and then what we see is that inside my tether pod, hardly ever really noticed, there's this wisp of a creature that floats around in there with me, called Feather. And it's almost instantaneous. This surge happens and Feather just kind of makes this silent, almost shriek before dissipating. So the ability is if I would to downgrade my Nexus die, I can dissipate the wisp instead. It will reform again during respite. So Feather has taken
Nice.
the surge for us.
Okay, so instead of downgrading to a D8, it poofs.
And I'm
Nice.
assuming that's
That's
going to
cool.
take the surge away as well because I did not downgrade, so I did not do the surge.
Okay.
So-
Yeah, that makes sense. As well as, it maybe even like the surge instead was this like burst of energy that ended up dealing damage to her,
Yeah.
to Stormcrow. Okay. Absolutely. All right. So Stormcrow looks like she has had the shit kicked out of her, but she is still fighting, oozing this black ichor every time that she moves.
I think seeing that and seeing this tremendous blow that Xivar and Fate Weaver inflicted, I think the giant smoky visage of Fume the Emberhound just starts barking these like ghostly barks that echo throughout the ruined city as Katari is going to move forward a span as a maneuver to get adjacent to Stormcrow, even with the hindrance because of the strange phasing in and out of reality that Stormcrow is doing. That main etheric cannon hits again. I imagine maybe like just to the right of where Katari hit before, and boom, just hits it. Because I believe she's still staggered, correct? Or is that over now? I think it's till the end of her next turn, right? Because Chad
it said
just
till
did
end of
that.
turn, end of next turn.
End of next turn.
End of Chad's turn.
Yeah.
Okay, so then we're good. So it's still staggered.
Okay.
So this is going to do 7 energy plus an additional 3 energy for 10 points of energy
Hell yeah.
damage. As this second blast slams into the cockpit, maybe shearing away some of it. And also, I think we see those little metallic aether butterflies. They swarm out of the gun ports of Skitter and begin to remove those electric quills because I believe it's the end of Katari's turn, which would be this turn, she is no longer marked. So they start to pull out these quills and just drop them into the crater and the dust and the debris around us. And that will be the end of Katari's turn.
Oh yeah. And you mentioned this tether pod having like part of it like blown away. Those of you who recognize her will see Hypella in the tether pod, but Hypella doesn't look normal. this is not the first time that Zyvar has seen this effect. But Hypella looks emaciated, gaunt, almost like a mummified corpse. But you can still see, with the exertion that this combat is taking on her, that her chest and stomach are like rising and falling, like heaving, as she is very much still breathing. And inside the tether pod, there is this inky black foulness that seems to be flowing between Stormcrow and Hypella.
Do not hesitate. Strike true. You know you have to.
All right.
The Oghdra do not take prisoners.
Sounds like both of our bastions go after.
I go before.
Oh, you do? Okay. Sorry. It's Galen and Slag that go after. Please, Rock.
So Rock is gonna swing both of his shields and stomp his foot, slamming his shields down to the ground, causing a crater as green ether starts coming out of his bastion, grabbing onto those rocks and like compiling them on top of him, surrounding himself in rock as he activates boulder armor, and then he's going to come in with a strike through his unarmed, because he has both of those shields.
All right. So you'll make this test. It's a stone.
Yeah.
So it's like with a melee. Okay. She is still phased, so it'll be hindered, which means at disadvantage. And then also her stone adjustment is a +2.
Sure.
Just keep that in mind.
So 18 up to 20.
That's a miss.
Yes. Yeah.
Okay.
Stone is 11.
Okay. And you maneuvered and then no, you activated.
Yeah, I did
and
activation.
then swung. Okay. So you swing with all your might, having collected these boulders, these pieces of broken rubble, and I think there's probably even a few of the denizens of this train wreck that are kind of caught up amongst like the rubble and stuff that you've kind of called to your Ratus. You swing, and it passes straight through a portion of Stormcrow that would have absolutely been a hit, but because of this weird etheric phasing that she has, it passes through harmless. Okay, it is her turn. So she's still phased until the end of her turn. She is no longer stunned. Staggered,
she's
rather?
still staggered because
Okay, until the end.
Slag has
okay.
not gone yet. Yeah.
Got
The
it.
end of
Okay.
my turn, so yeah.
Okay, so still just one action. Is going to... Oh, I need to roll a d6 real quick to see if she got anything back with cooldown. No. Okay. Okay, so what she is going to do is she's going to activate Pierce Thoughts. Anyone who is engaged or adjacent, which I think might be everyone, I need all of you to please test Hearth.
Rock, remember you can use my skill if you're not good at that one. I don't know if that's...
Can you use mine? Because mine's a 15.
Oh, yeah. And I'm gonna test against yours because that's better than mine. Oh my god, I'm getting rid of this die because it just rolls 19s.
Oh no.
I rolled an 18. So
I failed as well. 15 over 8.
Ooh. At 3? 3 who failed? Sounds like just Zyvar so far who has passed.
Hearth is a dump stat. Come on. I'm just kidding.
What you got, Chad? 15
Oh,
over
no.
12. Okay, so
Twinsies.
yeah, everybody but
Twinsies,
Zyvar.
Chad.
Yeah.
Terrible twinsies.
So
Terrible.
the four of you, not Zyvar, the four of you take 5 points of rupture damage and need to
Oh,
roll
no.
your Nexus dice, please.
I forgot this last time. I have an augment, aethereal shield. I can
Mhm.
roll my Nexus die to try to negate damage.
I'm gonna do the same thing because I have that as well.
Okay, and does that apply to rupture damage? Is that
Yeah,
good?
because it's before or after rolling armor
Okay.
dice. So we just wouldn't roll our armor die. It
Perfect.
would just be the etheric shield. So remind me, Jeremy, I'm sorry. What was the damage?
5 coming in.
5. Okay.
So you're gonna roll your Nexus die and just reduce it by the number that you roll.
Right.
Okay, cool.
Okay. I got an 8.
I rolled a 6.
Okay, so you're both not taking any. Good.
But
You both
I
will also still have to roll
surged
your
it.
Nexus die for the secondary part of this effect.
I surge off of that though because I rolled max.
I also surge off of that too. I rolled an 8 on a D8.
Holy shit. Okay, we'll get to that in just a second.
Okay. And then we need to roll our Nexus die again.
First,
But rolled down,
yes, it'll be a D6 on your next roll.
so mine will be a
So-
D4.
Okay.
Okay.
So Rock, I believe I am adjacent to you still.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, so you can roll mine instead of yours
Wow,
this time.
12.
So it's a 10 now. It's a 10.
So I just surged twice. I got a max on a D8 and a
Holy
max on a
shit.
D6. So now my Nexus die is D4, which is not great, but I have 2 Nexus surges that I could do something with.
Incredible.
I rolled really well.
Oh shit. All right. So Galen, I've got your 5 damage. Slag, I've got your 5 damage.
We negated
Y'all's
I'm sorry.
damage,
Yeah.
right? Yeah. So Rock and Katari didn't take any.
Correct. Correct.
And then are popping off Nexus surges like they're fireworks.
Yeah, I rolled my Nexus die, but got a 2.
And that was rupture damage, right? We couldn't try to
Right.
negate-
Armor doesn't help.
Okay.
It's only the etheric shield
Right.
that let us do anything.
Yep, and I got a 5 for my Nexus die roll, so I'm fine as far as that.
Okay, but nobody. Okay. No, just try to roll the Nexus. Okay. So what was the result of your Nexus surges? What's happening?
Do you want to go first, Michael? Because I have 2 of them I got to deal with.
Sure.
It's the same thing
Um,
twice, but still.
So I have command assault. So an engaged ally gets a free attack with favor and does max damage. So I'm going to give that to Slag.
Oh, heck yeah. Does that mean I get to do it right now? Does that mean I
Yes,
get to go
sir.
right now?
Right
Hell
now.
yeah. Okay, well then that is
Do
fun.
it now.
All right. So I think the baseball bat swing, he'll come up with the same pillar. If it didn't break apart on impact, he'll come around with the same pillar and try to do like a katana swipe across the open maw of this Ratus.
Okay, is that another stone test?
That is another stone test, my friend. So we're about to
All
see
right.
what this is.
And this is all
Oh.
in response to her doing this
This is-
burst, right?
This is my Nexus Surge. Yeah.
This is the
Right.
Nexus Surge.
Okay.
So this
So she is still technically
technically
phased.
staggered. Yep, still
So-
technically staggered because it
Well-
hasn't gotten around to my turn yet, right?
Right, but she's also still technically phased. So any
Yes.
attacks coming into her are hindered, which means you're at a
Hindered,
disadvantage.
Okay.
But he is favored because of my surge.
Oh, perfect. Okay, so
A
it's just a
straight
singular
roll.
die roll. Wash.
So
Yep.
So I got a 10. I got a 10 under my 10 under my 14. So yeah.
Okay,
hit.
so that is a
So
success.
even with the +2, that's still good.
yeah, it would become a 12. So yeah, it's still good.
So you deal
Um,
max damage, sir.
So I
Nice.
deal
Oh,
a total of 6 damage then. Because
Unless this pylon is something special.
unless this
No,
pylon gives me
no, it's
additional
not.
damage, it would be a
Nice
full
try,
6
but-
damage on that
No.
strike.
All right. Another good clock from this thing, though. Pieces of like concrete are like breaking off of this thing, flying everywhere. The pieces of like chitinous like fragments that are still stuck in here are like flying off and like embedding themselves in the sides of like buildings and the ground with each of these enormous strikes. Okay, that was rocks.
Yeah,
Katari,
so I imagine,
got?
I guess the first question is, so Katari is a span back from Stormcrow, so she is adjacent to Stormcrow. I guess, is there any, so I imagine, so who is up with Stormcrow right now and who's like further back, or is everybody engaged with Stormcrow right now?
So engaged
I'm at
sounds
your level.
Okay, so
Okay,
you're
yeah.
good.
I know Slag and Rock are both engaged span with
Okay.
Stormcrow. Galen, are you one span away?
I think so, because I think
I
I
believe
was
that's
one
right.
span past everybody.
Okay.
And I believe I started the thing aloft too. Not
Okay,
that that necessarily matters. I'm just in the
so
span.
it
in
sounds
the
like
air.
it may just be Slag potentially that is potentially up for this. It just depends on what you want to do, Chad. So basically, each adjacent knight may immediately move to my span. Then myself and each engaged knight regains 1d4 energy and loses the shaken, staggered, and severed conditions. So I don't know if you want to move out of that attack range, Chad, or if you want to stay, or if you think Slag would stay up with Stormcrow after taking that hit. It's kind of up to you, because I think you're the only one that can really benefit from that, because Galen is already in the same span that I am in. It's kind of up to you, and you'll get a little healing as well if you want to do that. Oh, that's true.
Yeah, I think I would take that opportunity then. Yeah, I think
go ahead.
it'll come as me taking the strike, and then you doing the Nexus surge,
right?
And it almost like blinking me backwards a little bit to get.
Yeah,
that.
I think it's those etheric butterflies that sort of, they formed like a grid for the etheric shield, and then when they see, or when Katari sees that you were hit, the etheric crystals at the center of these butterflies almost seem to ignite. So they almost look more like fireflies, like ether fireflies, and they surround you. And there's maybe like a tiny, just barely big enough for a bastion, slip gate that they create with their bodies. You fall through, come up into Katari's span, and you feel this surge of warmth as these little etheric firefly butterflies start to repair some of the damage to Stonehenge. So you will regain 3 energy as these repairs take place, and then the etheric butterflies scatter back to Skitter. And I could do it again, but I don't really think anybody needs it at this point. So I think that's good. Just got 2 Nexus surges on top of each other, which is kind of crazy, but really cool.
Wow. Okay. That was all on her turn. That was all in response to her action, her one action. Okay.
She just
Her
shouldn't
turn.
take actions anymore, clearly.
Right, apparently. Shame on me.
Yeah, her one action.
Yeah, I'm gonna limit you to one action, and when you take that one action, you're in trouble. So she loses staggered, she loses phased. So now we're at the.
She
Go ahead.
still be staggered because Slag hasn't gone yet.
God damn it, you're right. Holy shit. Okay.
He's about to.
So it's a good thing that
what-
I've waited this long to actually go.
What ability is that from? Because I need to pick it up.
So that's called Starfall. So Starfall is, I just do an interaction, right? And then if it hits, I can then do a D8 of damage and then stagger the enemy. Now, if you go last like me and you go just after the enemy, it screws the enemy up horribly, it looks like. So I kind of love that I'm
There
an
you go.
old gray mare and can't do shit quickly, because
I would like
this
to
is kind of
voluntarily
nice.
fail my initiative roll, please.
I would like to not succeed, please.
But you
Big brain
can.
gaming.
You can. It's in the rules. You can
Yeah.
hold your action
You
till
can.
after the foe if you want
Oh
to.
wow.
Yeah, it's in the
Hell
rules
yeah.
anyway, so
Okay.
you could do that. But I think in this moment he would. I mean, he's still going to go for broke, but I think he would definitely get closer in as hard as he can. In fact, I think at this point, that second hit that I hit with the pillar it breaks the pillar in half. Like it breaks the pillar into shards. So I think at this point now, Stonehenge has come up on this on Stormcrow, and I'm going to take a 4-armed grapple maneuver and wrap Hypella in basically a suplex position, and if allowed, I would like to then catapult her backwards in the mech, fling her back toward like a building, and suplex this mech into the building behind me.
Okay. All right. Interesting.
Because I would like to use the because it's on my sheet and I want to use it. I would like to use Grappler as a strike test stone. If I succeed, on my end of the next turn, you and an engaged foe are rooted. You have favor in tests you make against them. So I imagine as I fling her mech back, he's also gonna like go with it. Like he doesn't care. He's just gonna hold on and go with and just make sure that the back side of his mech is facing, and he's not gonna just kind of like blind dive into the back of this building and just risk it all for the biscuit. So let's go.
All right. So what do you need to test anything?
Stone. Yep,
Stone.
I'm testing
Okay.
stone.
So remember, you get a +2 adjustment on that.
Oh, okay. Okay, so it's +2 up over what I rolled, basically.
Correct.
Right?
Yeah,
So
making your roll less nice.
All right, so it would still be a 4 under a 14, so I still do it. But I was waiting for that nat 1, baby. So yeah, 100% suplex city into the city. Let's go.
Okay. So yeah, with the success, does it deal damage, or is it just you've just moved?
Essentially, I have favor on tests made against them. So I guess, but I can use that as an attack, right? I was using that as an attack. So
not necessarily. Yeah, if depends on the kind of action that it is.
It was an augment, so it's called Grappler.
Oh, interesting.
As a strike, if you succeed.
So as a strike, there you go.
Until the end of your next turn, you and your engaged foe are rooted. You have favor on any tests made against them. So
okay,
I think I'll take 2 attacks then.
So yeah, you can take a second strike.
So that I could take a second strike. Okay,
Maybe
that
this one with your blades or something.
That one did not hit though, because that is a 17 over a 14.
Oh, okay.
So I imagine that in the time it takes me to then rotate.
But you have favor.
Oh, I have favor. Thank you. Okay, that turns that into a 7. So that'll turn that into a 9.
9 with the +2.
Under 14. Yep.
Still
9
a success.
So
okay.
Yeah, slammed the body into the building, and then as you watch as these other 2 arms like rotate around, and the 2 axes come down into like pinchers on the side of the onto the side of this mech, almost pinning it into the building, and then I'll kick back off and like ready myself for what's to come.
All right, so roll your damage die. Find out how much damage you do on the second strike.
A 4 on that second strike. And do I need to roll damage die for the first one too?
No, because it was
counted as a strike, but that's right. It counted
right, but it didn't list any
it
kind of damage with
list
it.
Any damage that goes with it? No.
It's just the fact that instead of dealing damage, you root them, and then you have favor.
I root them to a space. Yeah.
Okay, so yeah, this thing is looking really, really bad. Hypella is not bleeding, but several wounds on her body leak this black ichor. In addition to her Ratus. I believe Galen has not gone for the round.
I have not.
Right,
I think
take us out.
Very sad to have to do it, but hovering up above her, he just steadies his arm cannon, the caster that he has, as another blade clicks into place, another disc clicks into place, and I will start with a strike. Oh, hey, that's going to be an 11 after her +2, which will still be a success. And then I think I'm going to go ahead and just do it again before I even roll damage. Find out how it did. Oh, okay. So a hit and a miss. And then I got to roll the Nexus die too, but I'll roll that with my damage. All right. Nexus die, no problem. Damage 7.
Okay, 7 points.
Oh wait. Oh yeah, no, never mind. I have a heavy caster to get a +2 damage because I'm always aloft, which does -2 damage. So I have a
Oh,
super
okay.
heavy gun to counter the fact that I'm flying.
By the way, Chad, you also need to roll your Nexus die because you rolled. You did 2 strikes. I
Oh,
forgot
thank
to
you.
get
I
that.
forgot
Yep.
to. Yeah, no, that's
So
fine.
go ahead and grab that.
That
So it was 7 up
Ooh, okay.
total.
If it's a 6, it downgrades, right? If I
Was
do
that your
roll a
max?
6, yeah, max. It's a downgrade.
So yes, you get a Nexus Surge and it downgrades.
Okay, so I'll downgrade to a 4, but what I think I will do, if this helps Galen at all, right? It allows me to do combined assault. Choose 1 engaged knight, and you can each make a free attack on success, deal max damage.
Oh, perfect.
So, Galen, if you were, I guess you were considered engaged with her now, right? Would you be, or would that be?
Oh,
just...
actually, I think because I'm aloft, I'm technically adjacent to ground-based people in the same span.
So who would be in the space with me then in this?
I think
That's like everybody else, right?
Just everybody.
You know
else?
what though? Like with where we are and how this
Yeah.
is going to work out
Okay.
for this situation, we're just going to let it roll.
Yeah,
Okay, so that'd be
that's
a 10 all told with the +2, which is also a success for me.
Right. And
6 more points of damage.
she literally had 9 left. So, Austin, what does it look like as you end Stormcrow and Hypella?
I think the cannon is raised and aimed perfectly, and everything, like all sound just drops, and you just hear this like, and then just smash cut to like the kind of that emaciated face in the tether pod just reacting with this like very like as the disc flies through and embeds in the wall behind her.
And you feel that connection, that familiar connection that you had felt twice now on the same day after not having felt it for weeks. You find that it is starting to fade. And you know that this is likely the last time that you'll ever feel this connection.
I think through that connection, he just sends the thought, I'm so sorry.
Then the connection is lost. And Stormcrow and Hypella grow still. We are out of combat. I would like each of you please to take 2 arsenal points for
On
completing
her
this.
breath, we
combat.
dripped internal.
So, I know we are also approaching the 4-hour mark yet again of this,
As you
this
do.
game. So,
It is the way.
I'm going to run through the end part of this real quick. From the left arm of Pride Cloak, if you so wish it, you can harvest the Ironox wrist blade from it, which can then be forged into your Ratus during a respite to permanently increase your damage die. We are entering respite, So you will be able to take some downtime, spend some arsenal points. We don't have to go over what those choices are going to be now if you don't want to, if you're not certain yet. But yeah, I think that's about all that I have. So please feel free to wrap up this moment, touch on anything that you would like to as we kind of round out session 2 here.
I think as soon as the shot is fired and Ratus has collapsed, Galen is going to land right next to her, and he's going to exit and go on foot and head over to open up Ratus and take her body out, and just like very gingerly is like carrying her and lays her down, and just kind of stands there for a few moments with his eyes closed, saying a few words to the ether.
Out of respect, I'm going to open my hatch and stand out as well to watch.
I want to ask one question. That inky black foulness that was in the tether pod with her, is it still there? Is it gone? Is the inky black around her apparatus?
You see it retreating, kind of as she is removed from the tether pod of her Ratus. It kind of clings to her like so many fingers, but as she is separated, they slowly just kind of start to pull back into the Ratus itself.
I would like to cleanse the Ratus. This is kind of I guess using the ability, but I'd like to channel the aspect of ether and do rupture damage to this Ratus. I want to effectively destroy the hold that this inky black has on this machinery, if you will. If I need to destroy the Ratus, I will.
How do you intend to do this? What are
With
you
my
attempting?
my channel aspect, my ether, which does rupture damage.
Oh, I see.
think
Literally just blasting it.
I'm literally
think
blasting it, lighting it on fire. Yeah.
Seeing you like gearing up to do this, I think Galen will like rush over and like, wait, just a moment, and go like climb into the tether pod and comes back out just a moment later with a like a small photo, and you know, he'll kind of show it to you, and you'll see it's a photo that the Nexus took when they first formed, like of the in the original composition. She always kept it in her pod. It just, well, he
Galen,
puts it in a pocket.
you notice the same black fingers that like clung to her body also cling to this photograph, but much more persistent. You almost have to like fight them back to like get this relic, this artifact from them before they retreat. And then Zyvar, you are able to open this etheric geyser onto Fateweaver, or not onto Fateweaver, onto Stormcrow and obliterate it.
I think Kitari, out of respect for this individual that she didn't really know, but that she's heard about, will not. I don't think she's even going to leave her Ratus. I think she's just going to kind of patrol around the edge of the crater just to make sure that these others can have their time to mourn. She hears sort of the blasting of ether as Zyvar kind of almost consecrates this destroyed Ratus after Galen retrieves this memento. And then maybe, you know, at some point she'll stop and she'll start to take very almost reluctantly those Shrike tendons and start to attach them to Skitter. But she's trying not to make any, like, she's trying to make as little noise as possible so she does not disturb what is happening here. But she is remaining vigilant. She's letting the others have their time, but she's remaining on watch essentially.
I think Slag would come and as he's taking the the parts away from the arm of Pride Cloak, I think he would then come back over and pay his respects to Hypella. But you could see that there's this distance that has now been like this distance that has been wedged because he knew something was wrong, but he didn't want to admit it at the time. And now seeing this, it's like he can refocus on the current nexus. So there's this wedge now that he's like watching as she has now faded into the aether. But there's like this also peace that comes over, and you feel this peace of mind for Slag, of at least someone that he cared about and someone that he loved and cared about is now gone and doesn't have to suffer anymore. So there's like a mixture of those feelings going on in his head as he's paying his respects.
All right. So as we see the Nexus take the time that it needs to move past this somber moment here in the broken city of Eidolon, we pull back in a way and we can see the broken fragments of this city extending out in multiple directions, knowing that somewhere amongst this rubble, amongst this place of broken dreams and broken people, that there are at least 2 more pieces of Pride Cloak to be found. So, we're going to go ahead and end our second session there for this evening. Thank all of you so very much. This was such an enormous pleasure. Yeah, I cannot get over how wild this game gets, and how we can still find space for these very poignant moments amid this bombastic, almost cartoon violence that we are inflicting on one another. Yeah, an absolute joy. So thank you. I'm going to pass things back over to my players so that they can give any parting words that they'd like real quick before we want to call it a night. We're going to start in reverse order with Chadley.
I will make this quick, but Jeremy, I love you. I love every game that you've ever run for me, buddy. But this game, I don't know, but this game just has something so special to me.
It's me.
Yeah, it's Mike. Mike is the reason this is special. No, I genuinely love all of you guys, and I've loved these characters, and I've loved this story so much. And I think it's also kind of fun for me because I've watched this from the very, very beginning of like the first conversations and the first things happening with Aether Nexus, and I was like, ooh, I'm excited to see what this is. This is so much fun. I don't want to stop. So I don't know I know who we have to talk to, but I don't know who we have to talk to. But I'm just saying, if a guy wanted to continue playing this game, how could Guy do that going forward? Yeah, I'm having a blast, y'all. It's so much fun. And I'm kind of bittersweet to know that it's gonna have a closing. But you guys are awesome. Thank you so much. I have been Slag Moatmeyer, and this has been Aether Nexus. And gosh dang it, let's do it again, y'all. Let's do it again.
One more time. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. I'm very, very fortunate to to have so many people in my gaming sphere that I can call up and say, hey, like, are you interested? And put together a group like this that gels so well and that understands, when those emotional beats are needed and when to hit them, when to just describe some crazy ass shit. I love having those kinds of players at my table. So, yeah, thank you for being one of them, Chad. All right, next up we have Jason.
Hello, everyone. Yeah, it is always just so fun to play this game, and thank you, Jeremy, of course, as our seer, and thank you to my fellow players as always. It's funny, it's like the giant monster movies, right? Like the monsters are cool, and I know a lot of times the human stories get shafted, but I think what's nice about this is, to your point, Jeremy, the characters feel so like well fleshed out, even though this is only session 2, that it does seem like they are almost more important than the Ratuses, which I'd argue they are. Like outside of combat, like these are their own people, and I think that's really neat, because usually the opposite is true. It's all about punching stuff when there are these really poignant moments. Maybe you can't deal regular damage to us, but you can deal emotional damage to us. So, anyway, again, a lot of fun. Really looking forward to the epic conclusion next week. I have been Jason Osorio playing Kitari, helming the Imp Ratus Skitter. And I'm very curious to see how this all wraps up.
I am happy that is where you are. Yeah, generating enthusiasm and mystery and excitement for a story is always my goal, but being able to do it in like a very short amount of time and try to get as much in as we possibly can in that time, it's never a guarantee. So I'm glad to know that it's working. That makes me happy. All right, speaking of making me happy, next up is Mike.
Oof. Man, so like you got me earlier in the void where I had to pick between like I almost broke down and cried. Like it was bad. So thank you for that. And immensely enjoying this, and playing with you guys is amazing. Y'all are fantastic. I have only played with Karen before, I think. But awesome. Really looking forward to it again next week. And I'm right there. I'm all for it. Thank you very much.
Always, man. Like I said, I'm super happy that you decided to play in this game. Yeah.
Oh, also, I had a +9 to my armor die earlier with everything all. I will roll an armor before this game is over, sir.
I'm sure it's gonna happen. I'm sure it's gonna happen. Oh, we got to use the energy bars.
Yeah.
This game. I'm super excited to get to show those off. Very much nerded out about designing those and putting those into play. But yeah, man. Super stoked that you came along for this ride. Yeah. All right, next up we have Karen.
Hello, everyone. This was so much fun. Yeah, I love it. It's Gonzo. It's action packed, and it's just absolutely enjoyable. I love it. Thank you, AbTab, for making this wonderful system. Thank you. Glad we get to show it off. This is pretty exciting. Cannot wait for next week. And to all of my Nexus Pod, I told you.
Perfect. Absolutely perfect. I don't even know how to follow that. Yeah. Again, this game has just been incredible so far. So excited to see the end of this. Have ideas, but we'll put those into motion before next time. So, all right. Last but certainly not least, we've got Austin.
Oh man, I never know what to add to what everybody just said. That game was such a blast. The action was so frenetic and crazy, and there was so much going on, and the like chain nexus surges were so fun. Loved that. This book is so cool. I'm just loving how many little goodies there are to get into, all these conditions, and just the way everything gels with each other is just a blast. The art is so good. And I am having so much fun playing with all of you folks. It's just the best. And of course I knew at the beginning of that fight, I was like, oh man, I feel like the dice are gonna make me kill her. It was
Or
too
the C
poetic.
word.
It was too poetic not to happen. So
Agreed.
yeah, just that was super fun. It was great feeling like we were all kind of death on two legs, or eight in Skitter's case. But speaking of death on eight legs, back to you, Jeremy.
Beautiful
Awesome
segue.
segue.
You got
Yeah.
segue jacked.
I like it. Oh man. Yeah. Y'all are just a fantastic group of people. I'm so excited that this worked out to run this. Thank you for agreeing to be a part of this this sponsored game. Again, thank you to AbTab for sponsoring this game, for giving me and these players the opportunity to kind of take this for a test drive, fresh off the lot. That's a great feeling, and I feel like it's going well. It feels like it's been going well. So I hope that you are happy with what you got. But there is one more session left. Next week will be the third and final session of the last train of Eidolon. However, it doesn't have to be the last interaction with Aether Nexus for you, because you can get yourself a copy and you can run it for your own table. Matter of fact, going throughout the course of this game, Tamiko, Tamiko, thank you so much again for taking a second week to hang out and chat and continuously post the link for people to go and fill out the Google form. If you follow the link that Tamiko has been sharing in the chat, it will take you to a Google form for you to fill out, where it'll ask you for your name, your email address, and what a person who runs a game of Aether Nexus is called. Right here on your screen, a seer. And there's a raffle. We had a winner last week. Anybody who entered last week but did not win will be entered into the drawing this week, and then the same for the third and final session next week. So get yourself a free digital download code for your own copy of Aether Nexus. If you don't happen to win it, then you can head down below and go directly there and buy it yourself, which I highly recommend that you do if you enjoyed watching this game. What else? Thank you for anybody who tuned in and watched this game. Whether you decided to watch live with us this evening, or whether you are catching us at a later date, some point in the future, hello from the past. It really does mean a lot to me that people are finding this channel entertaining, that are enjoying watching us goof off and tell stupid jokes and roll dice and be surprised by what comes out of our mouths. Yeah, it's a great thing that I get to do this for fun, and I do not take that for granted. But I do have a channel, and I do have to try to run this thing and try to keep connections and things going. So do all the stuff that the YouTube algorithm likes to see. Hit the like button, subscribe, share the link around, talk about it with your friends. Go to the links that you find listed in the description. Go buy the game, share Aether Nexus around, play it, post about it. So yeah, that's how this stuff works. All right, I think we're going to get out of here. Remember, kindness is a free action. It costs you absolutely nothing to be kind to someone, and it could make all of the difference in their life. So that's an easy currency to exchange. So be nice. All right. Until next time, may your dice roll high and your snacks always be within reach.